All right, y'all, we are live on this beautiful Thursday. Is it Thursday? Morning. God bless everyone in the name of Jesus, Yeshua, the Messiah. I pray you and your family are super blessed as the Bitcoin price right now is potentially, guys, getting a bearish move. Let's check out what's happening here. All right, look at this, look at this, look at this. Let's clear off the chart a little bit here. We have come up, we have taken some liquidity of this high here. You could see over the evening, we were building up some liquidity. Let's remove all these lines. You could see we're building up some liquidity. Right here, we had one high, we had another high, we had a series of lower highs here, and now we have gotten a wick to the upside. And when we take a look at market cipher B, indeed we are seeing something like this forming. Indeed, we are seeing the dreaded upside down uneven butt cheek pattern on market cipher B as New York is opening right now. We are potentially seeing a liquiditygram upside down uneven butt cheeks, which could give us a big move to the downside. We go to the 12-minute time frame. Oh my goodness, would you look at this? We're seeing the upside down uneven butt cheek pattern forming here, looking scary when we get down to the 6-minute. Golly gosh, put me on a tractor and call me Aunt Sally, because not only are we seeing a confirmed bearish divergence, but the money flow even crossing from the blue into the purp. from the blue into the perp, about to give the Bitcoin the herp. And you know what that means? Potentially we go for these lows here as we're forming this ascending triangle pattern here. Honestly, it would not surprise me if we come down to this area. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Of course, we're still in the long trade from yesterday, from the setup that we gave in the moment in the Casper crew, step by step, letting everybody know exactly what I'm doing over here. And we are still in the trade, baby, and we're up right now. As you can see, about 5 grand unrealized and realized in total. Of course, we're still in the short trade given in the moment in the Casper Crew VIP Discord from May 10th, and we are up right now, as you can see, 14 grand. We're up 21 grand in total from these 2 trades given in the Casper Crew VIP Discord. Wow, amazing. And it only costs $2 a day at jasoncaspertrading.com. I can't believe that. But man, this is some serious stuff. Because as you can see right here, this yellow trend line is being lost. We're getting the coveted upside down uneven butt cheek pattern. New York is opening. People got ultra bullish here. We're breaking out. What is going to happen? My goodness, we're going to be talking about all that and more today. God bless everybody. In Jesus' name, I do pray you and your families are blessed as we are losing value area high, flirting with the POC, potentially getting a drop all the way back down to the bottom. And we got to give a major shout to everybody in the chat. First of all, major shout out to Christopher Kirkpatrick. What was the MCDCO? I don't even know what that is, but big shout out to you, man. Shout out to Bisha for life. Reward still hasn't come. It'll come. Don't worry, my man. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry, bro. Look, have I ever let you down in the past? I know you don't know me, and there's never been an opportunity for me to let you down, but have I ever let you down in the past? All right, relax, man. Your boy Jay hasn't let you down in the past. What makes you think he's going to let you down in the future? Big shout out to Jonathan. He says, looks like we're retesting a rising wedge. Big shout out to My Passive Freedom. It's just a 78 to 82K range. Shout out to Mind Pump. I'm sorry, not Mind Pump. Shout out to Mind Pump too, though, but shout out to Mind Pillar Markets. He says, nice try, Liquidity. Man, Liquidity is getting oily and slippery up in here as we're trying to slip down through the POC. Is it a naked POC? I don't know. But if we do, man, we can get a fast drop to the downside. We will wait and see about the naked POC. Let's take a quick look here at, shout out to Zach 6 Juanita. Held it in the green, held it in the red, held it in the blue, held it in the perp. Big shout out to Ramy Crypto. Casper will pump it now. Big shout to Splashfire Films in the house, holding it down with the wrench. Big shout out to Ramy Crypto. The market always goes against me. Cry, laugh, cry, laugh, cry, laugh. Cry, laugh, cry, laugh, cry, laugh. My Passive Freedom says Bitcoin going to minus 1 million Swiss francs. Big shout to Not Quicker. Big shout out to Brandon R8 S3B. Justin says, why are we dumping, fam? And someone else says, because you're long. That's funny. Yeah, so here's the deal. We are dumping simply because, guys, we got a swing failure pattern here of the high. We built a lot of liquidity. If you guys were here for yesterday's live stream, we talked about liquidity. We talked about why the market does what it does, right? There were some people complaining, saying, you know what? The market's rigged. The market makers, they're just always trying to get you. They're trying to do crazy stuff. But we talked about, no, that's really not the case, right? What really is the case is the market is hunting for liquidity, because if I was a big player and I wanted to sell a lot of Bitcoin, I need some people willing to buy Bitcoin. And guess what? Your short stop loss is a buy order on the book, right? If I want to sell something, I need buyers. I could sell something, but no one's here to buy it. And in that case, it doesn't matter. I'm out of luck. But here's the thing. If these people get stopped out, well, now there's people selling. There's people buying, I mean. And so here I am to sell and push it down, all right? This is just typical market shenanigans, all right? Now, of course, we're coming down to a very key level around 79,714. If this holds, guys, then that changes the name of the game. But right now, we do have bearish divergences here. We've got ourselves bearish divergence on the 6-minute, upside down uneven butt cheek pattern on the 6-minute. We've got ourselves potential upside down uneven butt cheek pattern here on the 12-minute. Look at the, I mean, this is amazing. Would you look at the left and then the right cheek? And if we take the measurement tool from the cheek to cheek, from cheek to cheek, we got about 7 hours and 12 minutes of butt crack. From cheek to cheek. From cheek to cheek. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? From cheek to cheek. We got to take a peek. you know? Hey yo, from cheek to cheek, you know we gotta take a peek to see what the Bitcoin price about to do on fleek. We take the measuring tool for the butt crack. 7 hours, 12 minutes, can you get that? Oh my goodness, with such a wide crack, what could happen? We better look back in time to back test the strategy. Don't you know the Bitcoin price about to pump, about to blow? Now sit back and listen to my crypto flow. Jay Casper in the house, and all the bears know that the bears and the bulls in a fight all night, trying to get it right, keeping it tight. You know it's not right. We got a glass of iced tea holding in our hands just between you and me. Got the red scooter, got the chalk, got the green one too. Now baby, sit back, I'ma tell you what the price is gonna do. You can see we came to the VAH. We wick above once two like the letter H, and now we drop back down to the naked POC. Looking like oily, just like Diddy. We got the liquidity. Don't get your titties. I'm talking about the Sam Bankman-Fried liquidities. We got the upside down, uneven cheeks. The Bitcoin price about to take a peek. Kaboom! Here we go, we in the room. It's not May, the next month is June. So soon, we'll take a look at the order flow. What do we see down below? We got the OI, we got the CBD, a big increase. Now baby, listen to me, we got not a divergence, not looking emergent, but we see a lot of buys in the sellers. It looks urgent. Oh, yeah, seriously, honestly, looks pretty urgent. Better not long or short now. If someone put a gun to my head and said, Jay, should I long or short? I would short. I'll be honest with you. Now, I have not taken any fresh trades, but if someone put a gun to my head, I would say, let me short. All right. The reason being is because of these bearish divergences here. All right. Now, I could be wrong. I have not taken any trades, just to be frank. Just to be frank, I've not taken any trades. But here's the thing. You can see this consolidation here. Or if we just take a zoom out, we see the consolidation here, right? We are coming to obvious resistance. We've just got a liquidity grab of the local range high. And so don't be surprised if we come back down to the range low. If we come to the range low, maybe we do something like this, come back into the range, and then maybe we can break out to the upside. But I would be cautious here. The only way I would get long is if we do get a break up and then get a back test of this, right? But for right now, longing into resistance, it works sometimes. Here's the thing, it works sometimes. But more times, if you make a practice of doing it, here's the thing. It works sometimes, but if you make a practice of doing it, you're probably gonna get wrecked. All right, you're probably gonna get wrecked. Better keep it in check, you know? Would you not add to your short here? No, I would not add to my short here, my friend. Here's why I would not add to my short here. Because what if we don't reject from here? See, that's the thing. That's the thing about the swing trades. Maybe I would open, if I had been here in the moment and I saw this CDW happen, I probably would have opened up a freshie. Maybe it could have even hit a TP1 by now. But here's the thing. If we do break out of here, why would I want to ruin the entry? Why would I want to ruin the entry from the trade setup we gave in the moment in the Casper Crew VIP Discord? Like, I don't want to do that. You know, I don't want to do that. Keep in mind, I've got $250,000 on a long trade. I've got another $500,000 on another long trade. I got $750,000, $750K on these long trades. I only have $250,000 on the short. You know, it makes more sense for me to hold that good entry right now, for sure. But let's see. We're making a lower high. All right, let's see what happens in this consolidación. El consolidación. We got the 12-minute. You know, the 12-minute is looking like maybe she wants to turn bullish right now. Maybe we get a big pump for New York Open. Man, can you imagine if the long trade that we gave in the moment in the Casper Crew VIP Discord yesterday, where I walked everybody through step by step, the level, the plan, told everyone I'm not long yet, we got to wait, and then told everyone when I went long, and then we took a profit one and locked in $3,000 yesterday. Can you imagine if this trade actually turns into something massive? Can you imagine if we go straight to $1 million? If we go straight to $1 million for Bitcoin during this stream, all right, I'm not even kidding. If Bitcoin goes to $1 million, I will retire you all right? I will retire you all. I'm not even kidding. I have $750,000 on Bitcoin longs. I will retire you all. And when I say retire, I'll give all 400 of you people, I'll give you each $5,000. I'm not even kidding. And can you imagine if that happens? Bitcoin goes to $1 million right now. If Bitcoin goes to $1 million right now, I will give all 400 of you $5,000 in celebration. In celebration. Big shout out to Divine Hood. He says, bro, that triangle makes a rising channel. Watch for the channel highs for rejection and dump, kind of like a bear flag. That's what I'm looking for. But oh my goodness, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. I was totally wrong. Looks like we're pumping up. We're about to take the high once again. Looks like the Bitcoin price is pumping. We're up $3,000 on the long trade. Oh my goodness, can you imagine if we just start to pump now? It was a fake out. Dump and pump. We got the fake out, CDW, bearish divergences, upside down butt cheeks turn into regular uneven butt cheeks. What looked bearish now starts to look bullish. It went from this to this in 2 seconds. Went from this to this in 2 seconds. Oh my goodness. It's looking crazy. Guys, we got to give a big shout out to BLOFIN, KCEX, YUBIT, and ANTARCTIC. If you guys want to trade with the lowest fees, check out the exchanges in the description of the video. Also, we got to give a big shout out to Klein Funding, where we have 15% discounts on these funded accounts, as well as Bitfunded, a crypto prop firm. Awesome stuff. Make sure to check it out. And if you want to join the best community in the world, you can go to jasoncaspertrading.com. You can click the link to join the VIP Discord. Here we go. We're struggling at the high. Let's see if this 12-minute confirms a red dot, guys. We are cooked. We are straight up cooked. And not the good kind of cooked either. I'm talking about the bad kind. I'm talking about the kind of cooked where you meal prep your dang beef patties on a Sunday, you put them in the oven, and then you go do a 3-hour live stream and forget they were in the oven. You come back in, you got these burnt hockey pucks. You got the burnt hockey pucks. That's the kind of cooked I'm talking about. We got a 12-minute bearish div. We got the burnt hockey pucks coming on in. All right. We got to give a major shout out to everybody in the chat. Do I think 60K was the low? Well, you know what? Let me say two things. Let me try this. Do I think 60K was the low? Yes, 100%. Right. Do I think 60K was the low? No, 100% not. See what I did there? Whichever one happens, now I can clip it and make a video about how I was right and everyone else was wrong. Big shout out to Chris Swimmer. Dolores uneven butt cheeks look different from the southern hemisphere though. That's true. From the southern hemisphere, Dolores's butt cheeks are upside down. It all depends on where you're looking at it from. All right. If you're down under, if you're on the upside down ball underneath the right side up ball, yeah, you gotta adjust your cheeks. All right. You gotta adjust your cheeks. Big shout out to Jordan Shirtleff. Come on, Bitcoin, my family needs food. Shout out to Dahalaridario. $1 million Bitcoin. I'm pre-ordering a new Ford Focus just in case. Shout out to Real to True. God bless you, Jay. Can you check out Useless? Useless. Useless. We got a local GP at 80,003. Yeah, 80,003 is going to be... I'm sorry, 81.3 is actually going to be a very key level for me. But yeah, let's pull the fib and then we could take a look at a useless coin. But real quick, let's pull the fib here. Yeah, look at that. We got the local Fibonacci golden pocket here. Is it Fibonacci or Fibonacci? Is it mozzarella or mozzarella? Mozzarella or mozzarella? All right, is it hilarious or hilarious? Is it Fibonacci or Fibonacci? A Fibonacci. It's a me, Fibonacci. Let's take a look at the useless. It's a useless coin to take a look at, but we'll do it anyway. Useless. Let's take a look. Yeah, we'll take a look at useless. Let's see. Wow. I had never heard of this useless coin, but let's put it on log scale here. Let's take a look at we got what's flopping. What's flopping here? Boop, doop. Well, we got this support resistance flippity floop flop, and of course, we're breaking out. Let's go ahead and pull the volume here. Come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. Fixed range volume profile, pull the fib low to high. Okay, so I would say for me, like, great support. And again, this is a useless coin, so don't be trading it, honestly. Again, this is not financial advice. This is literally a useless coin. But major support right now would be something like this. If we happen to get the back test of, look at this stop loss. That's crazy. If we happen to get a back test of this, right, let's go ahead and then this right here would be an excellent place. to shoot for a beautiful risk to reward ratio back up to this support resistance flip that we have right here. You see that? Beautiful. It's like a 9-to-1 risk reward ratio. Of course, you need an 18% stop. We're going for a 164% move. Risk management accordingly. But yeah, it does look nice in the sense that we have a nice low. What I don't like is we didn't take the bottom, but we did make a double bottom, so it's acceptable. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. Let's check out the weekly time frame here. Nothing. Not enough data. Not enough data. Is it data? Hilarious, hilarious. The 4-hour ticking down. What would be really amazing right now, honestly, guys, would be a move down to here, get a nice oversold on the 4-hour, hidden bullish divergence here as the money flow gets thicker. And then once the money flow gets thicker, the price moves even quicker. Let's check out, oh my goodness, we're still consolidating the most exciting, sensational New York Open I've ever seen in my life. The Bitcoin price is going up and then down and then up and then down and then up and then down. And it's giving me whiplash here. I'm feeling a crick in my neck. It's going crazy. The sun is shining bright. It's shining on my BLOFIN gold chain, the BLOFIN gold chain, baby. Pure gold. Pure gold. Yes. I stream from my mom's garage. Yes. She let me come back and live in her garage again after I got liquidated again. Yes. My mom loves me. She's a pushover. She'll let me live in her garage forever. But at least when I got in public, everyone thinks I'm a super rich BLOFIN whale because I got the pure gold chain. Yeah, I had to sell my shirt in order to get into another high leverage long. But at least I've got the BLOFIN chain and the ZoomX hat, baby. The ZoomX hat, baby. Big shout out to ZoomX. Big shout out to ZoomX. Here we go. Bitcoin about to pump, baby. Big shout out to HFG. Shout out to Joe Potter. God bless you, man. It's good to see you here, man. It's been a minute. Big shout out to Joe Potter in the house. God bless you, my bro. Shout out to Chris Swimmer who says, support this man with a thumbs up, guys. Nobody deserves it more. That's not true. I'm sure a lot of people deserve it more, but thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you. We got 600 people in the house, baby, and we are watching to see, is Bitcoin going to get this liquidity grab here? And this could be very bearish right now. We're looking at this, could be very bearish. All right, we're going to go to our 12-minute time frame here. Let's go to Coinbase where we were looking at this. Again, guys, look at this. All right, we are getting a liquidity grab here. We've got bearish divergences potentially printing on the 12-minute time frame. If we get the red dot on the 12-minute, as I said, we are absolutely cooked. And cooked not in the good way. Cooked like I said, you put beef patties in the oven for 3 hours because you forgot about them and they turn into hockey pucks. What was really nutrient dense, farm-raised, grass-fed, grass-finished, local ground beef with organ meat ground in to make it ultra nutrient dense is now completely void of all nutrients, hard as a hockey puck, inedible, and you just wasted so much money because instead of keeping an eye on the food in the oven for your week of meal prep, you were live streaming on YouTube screaming into a plunger. It happens to us all. It happens to us all. I'm right there with you guys. It happens to us all. Big shout out to Juan Estrada. Is it real gold? Of course it's gold. Do you think Jason Casper would ever wear fake gold? Do you think he would ever wear fake gold? Come on. Come on. It's Jason Casper. You know? It's Jason Casper. All right, shout out to Chris Swimmer, who's a schlong today. Am I going to stream during the Clariac voting? I'm not, sadly. I don't even know when the heck that is, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Juan hates it when that happens. You're screaming into a dang plunger and you burn the beef. You burn the beef, screaming into a plunger. All right, you know what? It looks like we are going to get the move down now. That was a tricky, testy move here. That was testy as all get out. Look at this. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. Okay, so we had our yeah, you know, look at that. Yeah, I'd say honestly, now that we've closed the half-hour candle below and we're about to close a 1-hour candle below, I think we could come down. I think we could come down. I think this is legit. I think these uneven, upside-down unevens are about to play out. All right? I think these upside-down unevens are about to play out here. You know, look at, even on the 30-minute, on the 24-minute, the upside-down unevens. Come on, market cipher B. Come on, market cipher B. You gonna load for me? Come on, market cipher B. You gonna load for me? Come on, market cipher B. You gonna load for me? Come on. We gotta reload the dang one. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, look at the 24-minute. Oh my goodness. I mean, would you? I mean, look, even the money flow coming down here. The left, the right, upside down all day and all night. Left and right, upside down all day and all night. Man, the sun feels so good. The sun feels so good. Man, if your trading office isn't outside in front of your mom's garage, I don't know what you're doing with your life. I don't know what you're doing with your life. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful upside down. I mean, dreaded. The dreaded upside down unevens. We got the upside down unevens. About to get a muscular imbalance here. Oh, 10:30, huh? Is when the voting begins. Yeah, I guess we'll still be live by then. Oh my goodness, we're getting a big juicy blue candle. Forget everything I said. Oh man, it's looking bullish as all get out right now. My goodness, let's check out the order flow. All right, so here's what's happened, honestly, guys. We just had 10 million longs open up here, and that's why we're getting this move to the upside. Look at the big increase of open interest as we get the 10 million longs popping on in. We don't really have any kind of CVD divergences here. But interestingly enough, we did just take the pre-New York Open low. All right, so let's zoom in. We took the pre-New York Open low. Let's go to our 5-minute chart here. So maybe this is actually it looks like the market right now is trading this. The buyers are stepping in because we took this liquidity here. You know, the buyers are stepping in because we took this pre-New York Open liquidity. Let's go to the 1-minute. Ooh, a little bit of bullish div. A little bit of upside down regulars. Not upside down unevens. A little bit of right side up unevens on the 1 minute. It's a battle. It's a battle right now between the 1 minute upside down regulars versus the 12-minute upside down unevens. All right, the 1 minute right side up regulars versus the 12-minute upside down unevens. All right, let's see what happens here. We got this mini range going. It's a fight. It's a battle between the bears and the bulls. The Clarity Act will nuke us. Probably. Here's honestly what I think. Here's honestly what I think the Clarity Act will do. Yeah, 10 million guys with 1 USD just entered. Absolutely. Yeah, 10 million people they're putting $1 on the line here. Here's what I think will probably happen. Clarity Act, all right? It's looking pretty clear to me. All right, it's looking pretty dang clear to me. So we go to the 4 hour. Actually, let's go to the daily. You know what happened last bear market as we were coming up to here? Let's paint a picture of historical data here. All right, let's go back in time. I want to take you back to the day, January 2024. This day right here. All right, let's remember what happened here. A very significant news event. Ultra bullish. Bitcoin ETFs launched, baby. The day of the Bitcoin ETF. Do you guys remember it? I remember it like it was yesterday. 2.5 years ago already. Sheesh. We come up here. I remember I was on the treadmill just like I was now. And we get the ETF launched. Guess what? Big old pumperoonie. You go back on the 1 minute time frame, we had blue candles coming out the wazoo. All right? The wazoo had blue candles popping on out left and right. But then guess what happened? Guess what happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened. We smack dabbed right into none other than the Fibonacci 618 from the bull market top to the bear market bottom. Look at that. I'll never forget it because we shorted it. We shorted it in the Casper Crew VIP Discord. And what do you know? What started out as a bullish fundamental, the thing that was supposed to pump Bitcoin to 100K, bam, 21% move to the downside. All right, now guess what? If we go ahead and we take a look at what's happening now, and we pull that same Fibonacci golden pocket from the high to the low. Sorry, not that high. This high to the low. You can see that we are coming up to that same girl, the 618 Fibonacci, AKA 6 Juanita. 6 Juanita, that girl. You've tried to ask her out many times, and each time she rejects you. Why? Because you're in the friend zone. You're too nice. right? Girls don't like guys. Girls like cars and money. And you don't have enough cars and money. You don't have a BLOFIN gold chain like Jason Casper. So when you try to ask her out, guess what? She rejects you. She says, I like you, but I don't like you like that. So we get bullish news. The blue candles come out the wazoo. The wazoo is closed. All of a sudden, the wazoo opens up like this. Now the wazoo is wide open. Blue candles coming out. Patooey, 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 patooey. Patooey, patooey out the wazoo. Patooey, patooey. We pump up. We gain our confidence. You know what? I think I'm going to ask out 6 Juanita because of the Clarity Act. It's all clear to me now. She's ready to say yes to Jason Casper. 6 Juanita, will you go out with me? Boom. The wazoo closes back up. The wazoo opens back. Purple candles. Patooey, patooey, patooey. Maybe we get a 21% drop. Maybe we get more. Let's see what happens. Come down 21%. That's going to take us right down, back down to the low of the range, baby. It's going to take us right back down to the low of the range. All this liquidity here, sniped back. The market makers coming in, out the wazoo, patooey, patooey. All right. Zach 6 Juanita loves that girl. I know. When is the Clarity Act? Apparently, the Clarity Act is starting to happen at 10:30. Do my neighbors stare at me? I don't have neighbors makes loud noise. That's what's so funny about all of this. I don't have neighbors. Right now, and you guys know if you follow the stream, I am literally looking out at beautiful, endless, beautiful mountain ranges right now. All right. I don't see anybody. I don't see a house. I don't see anything. I just see beautiful, beautiful nature. I see chickens. I see trees. I see fields. I see beautiful fences that are fencing in a fruit orchard. I see chickens. I see a barn. I see solar panels because this is 100% off grid, baby. Ain't got no neighbors. I'll tell you one thing I hate the most about leaving the beautiful country is, number one, I can't pee in the front yard. And number two, I have to wear a shirt and not be on a treadmill. All right? Yeah, always naked. Look, the sun is good for you guys. All right, what would the Liver King do? He would suntan his gooch all day and all night and follow 9 ancestral tenets for health. All right? That's what the Liver King would do. Where's the stop loss? There is no stop loss. What do you think this is? Oh man, here we go, baby. We are getting the drop-a-roni. The dump-a-roni. It's the upside down unevens playing out here. Oh man. Oh man, look at this. Look, oh my goodness. We're getting the upside downs. Upside down unevens, baby. I think we're going for the liquidity. I think we're coming back down here. Let's see what happens. I think we're coming down for it. All right, let's see. We're coming to the VWAP. Guys, we're coming to VWAP. Let's see what happens at VWAP. We lose VWAP. Like I said, we're cooked. This 12-minute red dot confirms we're cooked, baby. The upside down hamburger patties coming out the wazoo. Patooey, patooey, patooey. Let's see. This is the wazoo right here. Let's see if we get through the wazoo. Can we get through? Can we get through the wazoo? Are we short? Well, I didn't take a short, honestly, but what I did do this morning in the Casper Crew VIP Discord is I told the community, hey guys, I don't have any trades, but this is a bearish looking CDW of the high. I would not be surprised if we take yesterday's low. All right, I didn't take a trade this morning because I just came to the chart, but I told the whole community this at 9:36. I haven't taken any trades, but this is a bearish looking CDW of the high. All right, so back when we were here, back when we were up here, I told the community this is a bearish looking CDW of the highs. All right, but I haven't traded it because I just came to the chart. But I told everyone, look, I'm either looking for a long from lower or I'm just going to hold the short that I gave on the 10th. That's currently up 15 grand, 15 grand. So I didn't open up a fresh here. If I had been at the chart, maybe I would have, but I didn't look at the chart until I started the stream today. it was leg day this morning, guys. So I was doing extremely heavy Smith machine Bulgarian split squats. Extremely heavy Smith machine Bulgarian split squats. Like reps of 6, where you literally can't move the weight anymore. Then I was doing belt squats on the Squat Max MD. And let me tell you, the quads are fried. Then I did some Nordic curls. Some Nordic curls, great exercise for the hamstrings. I did some hip thrusting and some calf raises. And so I wasn't looking at the charts. I couldn't. You can't look at the charts on leg day. Otherwise you'll lose that momentum. You know, you'll get some upside down unevens on the gym session. You'll have to not use as much strength and energy and focus as you need, if you know what I'm saying. My toenail is cute. Thank you. I think your toenail is very cute as well. I love cute toenails. Am I going to find the live stream on Clarity Clear Manipulation Act? Is there a live stream of the Clarity? Is there a live stream today of that? Is that a thing? If there is, let me know. I don't even know how to find that. How heavy? 225 pounds on the Smith machine. I don't know what that would equate to on a barbell. I have no idea. What's the fastest car I have? Probably my Ram 1500, 2018. I mean, that thing is pretty fast. What? Oh, the Lambo. Yeah, I forgot about the Lambo. Definitely the Lambo is the fastest car I have. Yeah. On C-SPAN, okay. Ass to grass, I don't know, knee to floor. I think in a Bulgarian split squat, you can only go down as low as your knee will go. Otherwise, your knee hits the floor. All right, yeah, we'll have to figure that out then if there's a live stream of the Clarity Act. Did you know there's a Clarity Act today? Clarity Act, yeah. It's some act that Trump or something is doing to make crypto more clear. Give it some more clarity, you know? It's bullish. They say, bullish. What? Can't track it? What, the Clarity Act? Oh, the Bitcoin, yeah, I mean, I'm curious. We're heading right up to the next golden pocket. I don't know if you could spot it. Whoa, there's a spider web coming on through here. What the heck? Might be a silkworm. Might be a silkworm coming on in. Chocolate NW. Shout out to Chocolate NW. Shout out to Chocolate Salty Balls. All right, it's on C-SPAN. We're waiting for some clarity. Millions of subscribers, Lambos, billions of dollars. This guy is living the life. You forgot the most important thing. The BLOFIN pure gold chain, all right? I mean, this is, you know, I'm not a materialistic guy, but the reason why I spent $2 billion on this pure gold chain is just because, you know, for me, it's a personal victory. When I was a kid, I remember thinking to myself, you know, I'll never have a BLOFIN pure gold chain. My wife's losing it. I'm glad my wife thinks I'm funny. Otherwise, if we had terrible marriage. Wow, look at this, man. I'm telling you, today this is the most bipolar New York Open I think I've ever seen in my life. You know? I think this is the most bipolar New York Open I've ever seen in my life. You can't find it on C-SPAN? All right. Indian Martini says, the only passing in the Senate, if it happens, won't be signed. Oh, okay, won't be signed into law. Well, that could still give us some volatility here. Let's see. Look at this pump. I can't believe this. It looks like that local CDW is playing out. I'll be honest with you guys. I was really expecting a move down this morning. I really was. And we did get it. I mean, to be fair, we did get a 0.5% move, which honestly for a scalp trade is a good move. You could make some good money on a 0.5% move. You could make some good money on that. I'm not even kidding. But let's see what happens if we break out of this. But let's check out Market Cipher B again, because that 12-minute is getting me. See, that 12-minute is hesitant to print the cheeks. Oh my goodness, we confirmed the red dot. Like I said, I thought we'd be cooked, but immediately we're printing a green dot. We're playing a game of red dot, green dot. Red dot, green dot. Shout out to CD Hughes. Don't forget to hydrate the bushes nearby. Unfortunately, guys, I don't think I have anything to hydrate the bushes with since I'm out here sweating in the sun. And like I said, heavy leg day in a hoodie, in a BLOFIN hoodie. In a BLOFIN hoodie. I'm not even kidding. Does my mom like my wife living with me in the garage? Like I said, my mom's a huge pushover. She tried to show me tough love by kicking me out multiple times. Told me to get a job, told me to do something with my life. But I keep telling her, no, Mom, I'm gonna be a trader. You know, she says, Jason, be careful with that leverage. That's innovative. You know, and every time I get liquidated, she lets me move back in with her. And yeah, so she feels bad for the wife and for the kids, for the grandkids. So they all come in. You know, it's a messy garage, but it's a lot of room in there. Yeah, it's messy. Yeah, it's invested with rats and spiders. But hey, look. Oh my goodness, we're breaking out. All right, I guess this is legit, man. The market would have definitely chopped up your boy this morning if I had taken a trade. Because I don't think I would have taken profit one here. I probably would have held down for lower. Did we even hit the VWAP? Guys, we front ran the VWAP? Is this real? We're making a triple top. This is wild. Something is shady about this action here, guys. Look at this. There's no way. We're going to dump. In fact, if we make another high here. Did we take that high? No, we didn't take the highs. Look at this, man. This next high is going to dump us for sure. What the heck? What the actual? Yeah. What the actual factual? What the actual factual? This is some weird stuff going on. We got money flow coming down. We're forming a 1-2, a triple top. Anticipation just before the news, guys. Relax. Relax. You just TP'd at the 618, says Prime Vids. Buy the rumor, sell the news. This is weird price action, guys. All right, we need to watch this very carefully, very closely. We need to watch carefully and closely here. Let's get out our magnet tool, put it on the chart. Look at this, Antarctic took the highs, but who cares about Antarctic? It's YUBIT chart that we care about here. But let's see, this is gonna start at 10:30. Is it gonna be live streamed? Max Long just called his senator and told him, I'm in a big short position and don't let me down. That's what's up. What news do we have now? We have the Clarity Act. All right. The Clarity Act. Apparently it begins at 10:30. Thursday is the day. Thank you, Juan Estrada. Okay. Oh my goodness. Look at this crazy pump. All right. There's no way this is really going to pump here. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Is this really going to pump? Look at the money flow coming out in the 1 minute. Is this really going to pump? This is crazy, guys. This is insane. Look at this pump, baby. Oh my goodness. Look at the pump. I honestly can't believe it. I honestly can't believe it. Let's see what happens as the day progresses here. All right, we're up 3,300 US Donald Trumps on the long trade given in the moment yesterday. Obviously, this picture means that I'm going long here. Oh my goodness. Let's see. My goodness. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is crazy. This is nuts. This is nuts. Wow. I'm honestly really surprised that we are seeing such bearish money flow and bearish divergences and getting a move to the upside. This is wild. We front ran the VWAP. People, I guess, are really buying the rumor here. People are bullish on the Clarity Act. Man, get ready for the big drop later then. Get ready for the big drop later. Here we go, baby. It's wiping out all the shorts. 82.5 incoming. Let's see. Coinbase took the high too. Let the liquidity begin. Today is just a markup vote. Man, there's so many mixed signals here. It's like that time I tried to ask out 6 Juanita. So many mixed signals. All right, let's see. We're coming up to the weekly VWAP next. My goodness. Sheesh. Well, there's only one thing to do when the price is pumping. Let's put some money on the dang trade. How much money should we put on the trade? If we come back to backtest this high, I'm going to put an extra $200,000 on the trade. All right, I've got it ready to go. Let's see. Why not? What do I have to lose, guys? What do I have to lose besides my BLOFIN gold chain? We come to backtest, I'm going to put 200K on the trade. Let's do it. All right. It's only a vote to get out of the committee, not a Senate vote. It's a nothing burger. Well, we still got the volatility. All right. All right. Dump now. Let's go. That is nuts, man. If we dump now, let's take a look at where VWAP is. If we do dump now, we could get some really nice bullish divergences into the VWAP. You know, this is wild, man. This is wild. Yeah, look at that. If we dump from here, we'll have the golden pocket 786 VWAP area. Maybe I'll add $250,000 onto the trade. You know, let's see here. Let's see here. I would love to add. I'm looking to add. If we can get a move back down a little bit. $1 million Bitcoin, here we come, baby. Pump and dump. It's a little bit too late for the pump and dump, to be honest. All right? It's a little too late for the pump and dump, to be honest. All right, screw it, man. All right, I've got $450,000 on the position here. $450,000 on the position. Let's see if we can't get up to 80,290. Let's see if we can't get a little bit higher to that golden pocket and hit a take profit on the golden pocket. Let's see. Man, the 1 minute does not look bullish, I'll be honest with you guys. We just opened up a new 6-minute candle. Oh no. Oh no, we longed the top. Again, what am I gonna tell my mom? What am I gonna tell my mom? What am I gonna tell my mom? Can I explain what news? I can't explain what news. There's a Clarity Act. I don't really know the full details about it. I don't know. I don't know anything about crypto. I literally don't know anything about crypto. All right, I'm not even going to pretend like I do. I'm not going to pretend like I pay attention to this nonsense. I'm here to trade the dang chart. That's all I know. Apparently, there's some bill being passed about whether or not... Honestly, don't even know. I don't know. And I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's some news about crypto and legislation and whatever. Some nonsense or whatever. It's not going to change anything. It might give us some volatility. It might give us a good trade setup. And right now, maybe there's some hype, which is giving us this unnatural pump. All right, this pump is unnatural. You could tell Bitcoin's on some kind of pump enhancement, right? Maybe some no explode mixed with some salt and some red beet juice and maybe some dang simple carbohydrates like some honey, you know what I'm saying? And some clenbuterol or something. All right, discussion on if yields on USDC can be legal. Okay, there you go. Yeah, people in the chat, let them know. Let them know what's going on in here. Let them know what's going on in here. Oh man, Jason Casper literally long the top. What a freaking idiot. This pump is caused by the Clarity. Maybe we dump after. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, I was thinking we get a pump the rumor, sell the news day. All right, we got New York open, the fake out to the low. Now we're coming up to the high. Let's see. I don't want to lose the green line. The green line is an important back test for me. The green line is an important back test for me here. Let's check out the OF. Wow. Big decrease in longs and shorts here, but in general, open interest is staying open here. Interesting. We got a lot of positions opening here. We got some shorts opening up, a few. Let's see. We got to hold the green line. If we hold the green line, I'm holding the trade. We lose the green line. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. All right. The act will let banks buy, hold, and trade altcoins. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? The post-pump Clarity Act. Oh man. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Juan says, big pump incoming, your mom will be proud. Mom, this one's for you. What's up with the shovel? Oh, you lost a Frisbee? I don't know if I can. There should be other Frisbees around, though. Get the green one. It'll come down eventually. Kids threw a Frisbee into the pea bushes. Oh, wait. Can you actually, is that it? Casper says, I hate it, but XRP will change the world. Is that the Frisbee up there? All right. All right. All right, guys, give me a second. I got to go save a Frisbee. I got to go save a Frisbee. Yeah, we'll go save the Frisbee. We'll be right back. Guys, if this thing dumps, please don't let me take a loss here. Well, the mic is stuck on the BLOFIN chain. Give me 1 second. We'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back. All right, the Frisbee is saved, guys. It's saved. Let's see. Get back on our camera here. This weird AI camera that follows my face everywhere. You know, right down to the BLOFIN chain. Here we go, baby. We're starting to pump. We're starting to pump, baby. Let's see if we can hit that take profit. Can you even spot it? We're about to get a pump up to the next golden pocket. XRP will be the end times digital money trap. I don't believe that, honestly. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think it's going to be XRP. I know a lot of people want it to be XRP. I know a lot of people are bullish on XRP because they think it's going to be like the end times thing, you know. I know people who believe that. I don't believe that. It's not going to be XRP. You know what the gematria for XRP is? 600, 306. Did you know that? XRP. XRP. I'm not even kidding. Here we go. We're trying to get the pump here, guys. Is the vote live? Apparently it's live. All right, is there? Okay, let's see if we can't get that. I'm trying to find this thing. We got Miss Team Crypto live. Here we go.
Home means giving American builders, entrepreneurs, and businesses the clarity and certainty to do what they do best. Until today, outdated rules, unpredictable enforcement, and outright hostility have forced far too many American companies overseas. That cost us jobs, investment, and leadership. This bill says that the future of finance should be built in America under American laws and with American values. Safeguarding our national security means closing the doors that criminals, terrorists, and hostile regimes have tried to exploit. This bill strengthens anti-money laundering and sanctions rules and gives law enforcement better tools to go after bad actors. These tools make it harder to hide and easier to enforce the law. None of this happened overnight. It happened because members on both sides of the aisle chose to sit down, listen, and work. We've had months of good faith negotiations. Republicans did not get everything we wanted, but we made real progress with our Democrat colleagues. And this bill, and ultimately, and more importantly, the American people, will be better off because of it. This legislation does not take sides between traditional finance and new technology, or Republicans and Democrats. It takes the side of everyday Americans. It brings digital assets out of the shadows and into a system that is safer, fairer, and more transparent. This is what good governance looks like. Today, we take a step forward together to protect investors, grow our economy, and keep America leading the world. I'm proud of this committee for doing the work, and I look forward to moving this bill forward. I now recognize Ranking Member Warren for opening comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Right now, American families all across this country are struggling. The cost of groceries is up, the cost of utilities is up, the cost of health care is up. We could be working right now on changes in the law that would help bring down prices and help unrig our economy. You know, we could be working on capping credit card interest rates. Every day that we fail to deliver, families are charged an extra $368 million in interest. We could be preventing big banks from saddling customers with overdraft fees. Every year that we fail to deliver, families could be paying up to $5 billion a year that they otherwise would be able to keep. We could be stopping rampant fraud and theft on payment platforms. Our failure to deliver here means that Americans are paying hundreds of billions of dollars after getting tricked and trapped. But instead of that, we're spending our time working on a bill written by the crypto industry for the crypto industry. Nothing made it into this bill that wasn't approved by the crypto industry. And why? Why are we working on this? According to a survey by crypto news outlet CoinDesk, quote, crypto is at the bottom of U.S. voters' priority heading into elections. Just 1% of respondents rank crypto as their top concern. Look, our job is to serve the American people. Our job is not to advance a pro-industry crypto bill that will put American consumers, American investors, and our national security and our financial system at risk. Our job is not to advance a pro-industry crypto bill that will grease the skids for the President of the United States crypto grift while tens of millions of Americans can't afford the base.
He wants to grease the skids, guys.
We have underscored the importance of getting this bill right. And despite multiple calls for a public hearing on this bill, calls from Senator Reid, Senator Kennedy, Senator Van Hollen, Senator Smith, we have never had a single hearing on this bill. And today, Mr. Chairman, you are shutting down members of this committee who have amendments to strengthen this bill. You ruled out more than a dozen amendments because of, quote, procedural requirements. And take a look at what got ruled out. This includes a fix requested by the National Sheriff's Association to close a massive loophole in the current bill that would make it harder for law enforcement officials to go after cartels and criminals.
Guys, I'm sorry. My trade alerts go through the same system as this video, so I'm so sorry for your ears, guys. Sorry.
Fix from community banks to stop a significant flight of deposits out of the banking system that will hurt small businesses and communities across the country. An amendment to help community banks. We won't even get a hearing today, much less a vote. Now, Mr. Chairman, you could simply reverse your ruling right now, and I would welcome a full debate on every single Democratic and Republican amendment that has been filed to fix the very real flaws in this bill. Look, this bill is just not ready for prime time. First, the draft in front of us would blow a hole in our securities laws that have protected investors since 1929. Most Americans don't want their pensions at risk so that a few crypto billionaires can juice their own profits. Second, this bill declares open season on defrauding American consumers who use crypto. The bill wipes out a huge number of state-level protections against fraud. Third, the bill puts our financial system at risk by repeating the mistakes of 2008, letting the banks load up on risky debts, letting them scrape off the profits, and then, when it all comes crashing down, come back to the American taxpayer for a bailout. Fourth, the bill puts our national security at greater risk. Just 3 days ago, the Treasury Department issued an alert warning that Iran is exploiting crypto businesses to move their money around. Multiple public analyses documents that drug cartels are shifting their money laundering to crypto, and, quote, the cops can't keep up. And finally, the bill doesn't lift even the tiniest finger to address the Trump administration's crypto-related corruption. Since taking office last year, President Trump and his family have amassed a staggering $1.4 billion in gains from crypto deals alone. No president and no one in Congress should be allowed to profit from crypto at the same time that they are enforcing rules to regulate it. This kind of corruption undermines our democracy, and it undermines the legitimacy of the crypto industry. It will keep right on growing if Congress fails to rein it in. Now, a year ago, some of you may remember, Republicans sat in this very room and made one promise after another as they passed the Genius Act. What did they promise? They promised we'll close the national security loopholes. They promised we'll address glaring ethics problems. They promised we'll fix the yield issue. Republicans told us not to worry about the gaps in the first crypto bill because the second bill, the bill we have today, would fix every one of those problems. Well, today we are voting on the second bill, and every one of those problems still exists today. And this time, the same Republicans are shutting down amendments that would make the fixes they promised a year ago. This markup is our chance to fix these problems. And until we fix these problems, none of us, Republican or Democrat, should advance this bill out of committee or onto the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. I do want to make a couple of comments about the process that we've undertaken over the last several months, and particularly as it relates to some of the amendments that were taken out because they were not in order. After the amendment process had a walkthrough, Ranking Member Warren's staff objected to a Republican amendment on a technical drafting issue, arguing it should be thrown out because it referenced the wrong substitute amendment number. Once they insisted on that standard, committee staff reviewed the full amendment roster to ensure consistency. Staff confirmed with the committee clerk in consultation with the parliamentarian and floor staff that there were amendments that were filed incorrectly. What I decided to do was to as opposed to throwing all those amendments out, throw out only the ones that were the most egregious. So the process that we've actually gone through was to make sure that both sides had an opportunity. But this whole discrepancy started when staffers decided to target a Republican amendment. And frankly, as my colleagues on my right recognize, I threw out amendments on our side as well and had to talk to our folks about that. At this time, I'll recognize.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
might I reply on that? I appreciate the work we do together, but I want to correct the record on one important issue. It is your call and your call alone to rule these amendments out of order. When we talked last night, I made clear, I'm happy to have all of the amendments in, all of the Democratic amendments in, all of the Republican amendments in. You and you alone have decided which amendments are in and which amendments are out. And that creates a problem because there are some very important amendments that address some very important issues that I think we should hear from. So I will reiterate my lack of objection today. Let them all be heard. Let us vote on all of them.
Thank you. That doesn't change the fact on how we got to where we are, however. It was brought by my staff. It was brought by your staff, number one. Number two, let me just say this very clearly because I'm not going to go back and forth on this issue. Democrats have frankly worked hard on this bill. Our bill first came out in June of last year. Since June of last year, we've added 33,000 words, 290
33, guys, 33.
effort to make this legislation as bipartisan as humanly possible. I can't imagine how much time Senator Alsobrooks.
I mean, come on, 33,000, come on.
During very difficult and challenging times, her focus remained on getting things done. And Tillis worked with her on parts of the very legislation that we're talking about where the negotiation allowed us to get to where we are. Gallego has spent a ton of time talking with members on this side, Bernie Moreno and others, trying to find a path forward. So the truth of the matter is, as frustrating as this process has been, without question, when I talk to members on your side of the aisle, including Warnock and Senator, we call her CCM, but Catherine Cortez Masto and Senator Warner, the one thing I can tell you, the entire process, we have disagreed vehemently, but respectfully and consistently, and working towards an end result that makes America better. As a kid who grew up in poverty, the thing that attracts me to this issue the most is democratization, an opportunity to lower prices, create access points that today does not exist. This ought not be about Republicans and Democrats. It ought not be about who's on which side of the aisle or whether you agree with what we've done. This should be about the American people and nothing else. I want single mothers like the one that raised me to have more opportunities, more access at a lower price. And so we will disagree on this today. But I hope that what we end up with is a legislative product that is good now and gets another bite at the apple as it heads to the floor. This is not over. And I hope that no one thinks that this is over. This process has been transparent, it has been hard, and it has been clear. And that's good news for the American people who are watching this process. I tried my very best to take the expertise of an AG who understands issues better than others. I worked really hard with folks who was a county supervisor as I was to understand the local impact in community banks. We've done a very good job of putting it together. Now I'm a little long-winded because I wanted to be a preacher like Warnock. but it didn't work out for me. God didn't call me to that. He didn't call me to that.
Mr. Chair, stay in your lane.
Yes. Someone should say amen before he takes up an offering. But I'm just, here's the point. This is a real opportunity to move the ball forward. For a lot of people in a lot of places, that's losing confidence in American institutions. Let's not demonize because it's easy. Let's work together because it's hard and important. Senator Lummis.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Certainly.
Thank you. And I agree with you. I think we need to continue to move forward. And so in that vein, my question is, so we don't run afoul of this in the future, is the amendment, Cortez Masto 16, was ruled out of order.
Yes.
And can you explain why it was out of order? That would help me in the future.
Certainly. We asked all amendments to be written to the ANS, and the amendments were written to the Friday Clarity Act. Friday when we released the legislation, we asked the amendments to be written to the substitute language.
Right. And it was?
It was not.
How was it not? That would be helpful, just so I know.
I can pull it up. It was written to the HR, and it is a strike and replace of text in the HR that was not in there because it's in the ANS. We talked to the floor, and they said if they had received an amendment like this, that is a strike and replace, that is written as a put in the appropriate place, it would not have been accepted on the floor.
So just so we have a clarification for the future for all of us,
Certainly.
so we don't get caught in
Yes, yes.
this or that, these are ours. I asked the parliamentarian if this was out of order, and she said no. And so I do think it will be helpful in the future so that we don't get caught up in this craziness and we still can move forward as a body that works together on amendments, has conversation and discussion, that we have an understanding of these amendments. So I just appreciate you taking my point of order.
Absolutely.
And for the record, I will submit the parliamentarian's response to the question that I had about my amendment number 16.
Without objection.
Thank you.
We will submit our conversation with the parliamentarian as well. Senator Lummis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by a casual conversation among friends that are around this dais. Mr. Warner, thank you so much for working so hard on this bill over the last 9 months. Senator Cortez Masto, thank you. You brought a level of expertise on illicit finance that none of the rest of us had, and I want to thank you so much for that. Your thoughts, Mr. Warnock, throughout the last 9 months have been additive to what I think is a very good bill. Mr. Gallego has worked tirelessly behind the scenes on multiple issues that are involved in this legislation. And I want to single out Senator Also Brooks for her tremendous time commitment and work with Mr. Tillis on the language that has helped bring this bill to the floor today on the concerns that the banking industry had about the Genius Act. This has been a bipartisan dialogue that has gone on for 9 months. It has been almost tireless. And Mr. Marino, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Kennedy, honest.
Not everything.
And especially Senator Scott, who has kept us on track for 9 months. This is the hardest piece of legislation I've ever worked on. I served 14 years in the Wyoming legislature, 8 years as state treasurer, and now 14 years in the Congress. This is by far the hardest piece of legislation I've ever worked on. And your colleague, Kirsten Gillibrand, said the same thing. And she has more experience than I do in the U.S. Senate. And it's because this is a case of first impression. This is a very new commodity and security. And it takes time to craft something to address the innovation that has been brought about through blockchain technology. And that's why it's taken such a bipartisan effort, heavy lift, lots of negotiations, involvement from those people who are in the industry. And it has morphed since we began this bill 5 years ago because the industry has matured over those years. This is new. And to have something this innovative come to us via legislation today really is quite remarkable. So I want to thank the people in this room, both in the audience and at the table, for their tireless dedication. Treasury, the White House, the industry, we have all worked hard together, and I pledge to you, we will continue to work hard together after today and before this bill hits the floor to address that maybe 1% of the remaining issues that didn't come to fruition before today, in spite of our round-the-clock negotiations. This is America's innovation of the 250th anniversary of our Constitution. There's been nothing like it in our history. This bill continues the legacy of America by ensuring innovation happens here on U.S. soil under clear pro-growth, pro-consumer guidelines. And I can't resist, Mr. Chairman, when I was listening to the ranking member, the risks of which she spoke exist now, right now, because there is no regulatory framework. There is no way now that this industry can protect the good actors, discover, vet, and punish the bad actors, and create a playing field with clear regulation, both at the SEC and the CFTC, that everyone can play under and continue to innovate. We can return this industry to the United States because the majority of it has already left for overseas, because this legislation wasn't ready until today. Let me go through a couple of the things that we have done to strengthen and address some of the issues that have been raised. Regard to anti-money laundering and illicit finance, it creates risk-based exam standards. It expands Treasury's special measure authority to act swiftly against foreign money laundering. It creates studies on mixers and tumblers. It requires annual Treasury reports on foreign jurisdictions' compliance with U.S. AML CFT standards. It requires recurring Treasury reports on offshore stablecoins. It requires mandatory educational materials on digital asset risks, insider resale restrictions to prevent pump and dump schemes. It has timely disclosure requirements, broker deal insolvency disclosures, a federal regulatory floor for crypto kiosks. This is very important. This has been a problem in my state. Tokenized securities remain securities under SEC jurisdiction. FTC authority over unfair or deceptive practices. $30 million per year through 2031 for FinCEN. With regard to fraud and AML provisions, temporary holds for suspicious activities and preventing those who place the holds from having private causes of action. It applies BSA regulation to digital asset brokers, dealers, and exchanges. This list goes on and on. This is a pro-law enforcement bill. And it's also a pro-consumer bill. Consumers can now transmit money between them faster and cheaper than they can now. It provides a level playing field regardless of whether you live in Rwanda or Queens, New York, about transmitting money faster and cheaper. It provides a woman who's trying to get out of a battered, miserable marriage the opportunity to walk away with her money in her head. It provides people who are being tortured in foreign countries the opportunity to walk away from that country with their money in their head, because Bitcoin can be memorized. This is an innovation that provides individual freedom, individual savings. It is faster, cheaper, it is secure, and we're inviting that consumer environment into our country under a very clearly articulated set of rules. And it's because of all the work that has gone into this by the people in this room. I absolutely pledge that I will work with you before this bill gets to the floor. We know those few remaining little items that we have to work on together. I trust you, and I want you to trust me to see this process through, because we know when we work together that we can create a product that we can be proud of and the American people can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tillis.
Very quick, Mr. Chairman. Senator Lummis did a wonderful job. I just want to reinforce a couple of things. You know, quite honestly, when I heard the ranking member talk, I thought I'd teleported into a parallel universe where we were talking about a different bill that was being negotiated. This bill has all of the attributes that Senator Lummis discussed. That's why AARP has endorsed it. That's why law enforcement supports it, because the status quo, quite honestly, is unacceptable. Not to mention the competitive threat that we have for foreign jurisdictions just to take the money elsewhere, and then we're aiding and abetting and expanding the use of illicit finance through this tool. But I don't need to get into those merits, the merits of the bill anymore. I just want to thank Senator Alsobrooks. I want to thank Senator Gallego. I want to thank Senator Cortez Masto, who really opened my eyes to some of the prosecutorial issues that I, as a non-attorney, hadn't paid attention to. Senator Warner, Senator Warnock. Yeah, I've done a lot of bipartisan bills in my time in the Senate. And the only way this works is a bipartisan vote out of this committee to get all these things that are in this bill moving. But the Democrats have ball control. They control the motion to proceed. Like Senator Lummis, I'm committed to work in good faith, and I think I've proven that multiple times when it was tough for a Republican to lead something, and I'm going to do it again here. But let's get the momentum out of this committee. But finally, and I have to tell, I told Senator Alsobrooks this morning, what a joy it's been to work with her staff. And the one group here, we've talked about the stakeholders, we've talked about the folks from the White House, but we should all give our staff who have gotten here before us and left here after us for all of the hard work that they've done, and we owe them the respect of reporting this out on a bipartisan basis today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Reid, and this will be the last comment. Senator Warren has just helped me remember that some members have to go to other committees, and we should get to the amendments. Senator Reid, the floor is yours.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. I've heard both you and Senator Lummis speak eloquently about working together. I've been on this committee almost 30 years. The definition of working together at a markup is allowing amendments to be called up and voted upon. The vote determines where we go forward. And I've never witnessed anything like this in these 30 years, with this arbitrarily eliminating amendments, telling people they can't bring them up or modify them to be brought up. And I'm willing to work together, but this is not an example of working together. Thank you.
I move to call up H.R. 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, and ask unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading of all amendments. Senators will find printed copies in front of them, the text of which has already been made available. Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. I move to consideration of the manager's amendment, Scott Amendment Number 1. It is an amendment the nature of the substitute to H.R. 3633. I ask that Scott Amendment Number 1, the substitute amendment, be adopted and considered as original text for purposes of further amendment. I ask that the amendment be adopted by voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now call up Rounds 133. Senator Rounds, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, number 133. I have with co-sponsor Senators Kim and Warner, and I would thank them for their participation in this. This amendment would require financial regulatory agencies to establish AI innovation labs, or sandboxes. These will enable regulated financial institutions to experiment with AI test projects without expectation of enforcement action, taking a balanced approach that encourages both innovation and responsible adoption of AI. This amendment would create a venue, a sandbox, for institutions to safety test and experiment with cutting-edge technologies while allowing regulators to learn about the tools that will transform financial services. It closely aligns with the purpose of the bill we are considering today, which is why I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would ask for a vote.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to be recognized on this amendment.
Okay.
Is that all right?
60 seconds? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this amendment would establish a sandbox, as Senator Rounds says, for artificial intelligence products and services in the financial sector. Look, I appreciate my colleagues' interest in this issue, but boy, I am not ready to support this proposal. This is not the place to make decisions about AI regulation. The committee should hold hearings on the implications of AI. We should have a debate about the policy options. I am happy to work with my colleagues to see if there's a version of this amendment that we can support, but this provision is not there yet, and I don't think a track record of these sandboxes over the past decade in financial technology or fintech context should give us much confidence that that actually turns out to have good results for the American people and that it ensures safe innovation for AI. So I think this is way too big for a little amendment like this and opens doors we should not be opening without a much fuller discussion and hearings. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on rounds 133.
The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis? Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No by proxy.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
No.
Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
No.
Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego?
No.
Ms. Blunt Rochester?
No.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
No.
The vote is 15 in favor and 9 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. I now call up Warren number 74.
So let's talk about some of the people who will be hurt by a bill that supercharges the crypto industry without guardrails. People saving for retirement and people with pension plans. The current draft fails to address one of the biggest concerns that retirees face in this bill, the tokenization loophole. This country's biggest workers' unions and groups representing the largest pension funds have said that this is a catastrophic problem. Under this bill, companies could escape basic securities laws by raising money through tokens rather than traditional securities like stock, exposing Americans to a host of risks by removing necessary investor protections. The bill also kneecaps federal and state law enforcement authorities' ability to crack down on crypto fraud and scams. In other words, this bill sets up investors to be defrauded with no recourse. My amendment would require investment advisors and other entities in the financial system to develop and implement processes to protect investors from the heightened risk posed by crypto before recommending it to Americans looking to invest their hard-earned money. Every member of this committee should agree with this simple fix to protect our investors, and I urge my colleagues to support Warren Amendment 74.
Someone who wants to be recognized for rebuttal? Rebuttals are only 60 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would single out digital assets for a special presumption of noncompliance and create unnecessary litigation risk. This amendment should not be adopted. It requires fiduciaries to implement special processes to protect clients from digital asset risks or be presumed to have violated their fiduciary duty. Current fiduciary standards already require intermediaries to act in their clients' best interests, making this amendment unnecessary.
The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
No?
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Ricketts?
No.
Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye by proxy.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego?
Aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Aye.
Ms. Also Brooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We'll now go to Britt 14. Senator Britt, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to offer Brit number 14, my amendment regarding 403B savings accounts. This bill is bipartisan. It is very simple. It is widely supported. It allows employees of nonprofit organizations like public school teachers, ministers, nurses. It allows them the same access to the 401k retirement plans that most Americans can enjoy. CITs offer a wider investment vehicle along with lower fees and even higher returns, and this will allow them to participate in that. This levels the playing field so that more hardworking Americans can access more investment options and ultimately retire sooner. I want to thank Senator Warnock for leading this standalone bill with me and a number of my colleagues here on this committee, both Democrat and Republican, who have co-sponsored it. I am committed to finding a vehicle for this to move. I am also committed to making sure that the Clarity Act moves out today. So we will look for a different vehicle and will continue to build support. I withdraw my amendment, but look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member to actually get this done.
Thank you very much. And I'll call up Warren 64.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill that we're looking at fails to address foundational gaps on money laundering responsibilities for conventional crypto businesses and for DeFi services. And even for the very worst platforms, this bill fails to restore sanctions authority to isolate them. While we're at war, Iran is openly gearing up to collect crypto fees from oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Terrorist groups, rogue states, foreign adversaries, and criminals are using crypto to evade our sanctions and launder their money. According to industry analysts, crypto crime jumped at least $154 billion last year, driven in large part by a 694% increase in crypto funds sent to sanctioned entities. Sanctioned entities are receiving these. Look, we need to fix the hole in our sanctions authority and crack down on crypto money laundering. In 2022, the United States sanctioned a notorious mixer called Tornado Cash that had been used to launder more than $7 billion for criminals and foreign adversaries, including more than $450 million for a North Korean hacking group. These types of crypto services are designed to make it easy to launder a huge pile of money and making it hard for anyone, including our law enforcement officials, to tell where the money came from. They are a favorite tool for hackers, for terrorist groups, and for sanctioned regimes. But a court said Treasury needed Congress, us, to act before it would be able to sanction the mixers like Tornado Cash. So this amendment is simple. It restores the authority to isolate and sanction decentralized crypto platforms that repeatedly facilitate transactions with terrorist organizations like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, or with North Korea, Russia, or Iran. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Senator Lummis for a rebut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that's happening is because this bill is not law. When this bill becomes law, it includes robust provisions in Titles 2 and 3 to address illicit finance and sanctions. And it focuses these provisions where they'll be most effective. For example, it provides law enforcement with the tools they need to trace and disrupt money laundering, and clarifies sanctions and anti-money laundering requirements for digital asset entities. We want to discourage the illegitimate use of digital assets while encouraging the legitimate use. And we have found that balance in this bill. This amendment is not necessary. I urge that we oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Senator Kennedy.
Do I have your permission to ask Senator Warren a quick question?
15 seconds.
Yes, sir.
It'll take them that long to clear.
Senator Warren,
Yeah.
I don't understand why this bill doesn't already accomplish the very worthy goal that you've articulated.
Chairman, may I answer?
15 seconds.
It's the tornado problem. You remember tornado, the mixer. What this amendment does is it says that the government can sanction and wall off a mixer like Tornado. What purpose does Tornado serve except to hide where the money came from and where the money's going to? And who needs to hide where the money came from and where the money's going to? It's the terrorists, it's the money launderers, it's Iran, it's the sanctioned entities. So all this is doing is it's saying, let's give the power, it doesn't actually isolate them in the bill, let's give the power to government to say, when this is what you're doing, they can isolate you when you're dealing with these bad actors. You're mixing up the money so that you advance money laundering.
Senator Lummis, and then we'll move to the vote.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This bill provides for a study of the use of mixes and tumblers. They're a very complicated entity. Plus, provides $30 million to FinCEN, which does have the expertise to unravel mixes and tumblers, and already has the tools it needs to enforce.
Yeah. Can I just say on that, yes, they have the expertise, but they don't have the legal authority. A court has said they need legal authority from Congress so that they will be able to isolate these mixers. Right now, they can't do that. So put your money in if you're a terrorist, go use Tornado, and know that there will be virtually no chance of being caught. And that this is how Iran can stay in the game and keep using its money.
Right.
This is how North Korea stays in. I'm sorry.
Certainly. Rebut, Senator Lummis. Bill solves that problem?
Yes, Title 2 and 3. And it's in illicit finance sanctions focus on providing law enforcement with the tools they need to trace and disrupt money laundering, including mixes and tumblers. Well, the law enforcement tools are also in this bill.
Clerk, call the roll. No?
Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Yes, by proxy.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock? Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not adopted. We now call up McCormick, 115. Senator McCormick, you are now recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To have the opportunity to introduce my amendment 115, co-sponsored with Senator Bill Hagerty. There's a long history of bipartisan support for the SEC and CFTC to provide for portfolio margining. Section 402 of the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act directs the SEC and the CFTC to jointly issue rules that enable portfolio margining across securities, swaps, futures, and digital commodity accounts held by registered dealers, FCMs, or brokers. This section is intended to allow natural risk offsets among positions to be recognized and would create greater efficiencies for investors to manage risk. However, for the portfolio margining to function properly, changes are necessary to ensure that customer protections under the Securities Investor Protection Act, SIPA, carry to CFTC-regulated products in the event that a broker-dealer becomes insolvent. This amendment I'm offering today gives the SEC and CFTC the flexibility to write rules relating to SIPA with consultation from SIPC and Treasury on expanded security portfolio margin accounts. Not only is this essential for customer protection during times of market stress, but the amendment also explicitly prohibits SIPC advances from covering digital commodities or swap positions which protect traditional securities customers. Digital assets are being folded into the fabric of the financial system. This amendment recognizes that reality, and its passage is important to every single market participant, the banks, crypto, and customers. This amendment is the result of working closely with both Treasury and SIPC and represents a bipartisan agreement with my Democratic colleagues. I would ask to be adopted by voice, but I'm open to a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Voice, if everybody.
I'd like to respond,
Certainly.
if I could. Thank you. Section 402 of this bill directs the CFTC and SEC to issue a joint rulemaking that will facilitate portfolio margining across a wide variety of categories of a lot of diverse instruments, including crypto. Now, as everyone here knows, portfolio margining allows calculation of margin requirements based on the overall portfolio rather than by individual position, and it has the effect of lowering margin requirements for trading. Lower margin requirements increase leverage and therefore increase risk in the system. Excessive leverage in our financial system has, time and time again, been a culprit in crashes that harm not just our financial markets, but spread to the real economy. Take some steps toward protecting consumers from the havoc of this new regime, but it is not enough. The amendment further seems to remove SIPC protections from accounts with crypto, which highlights one of the real paradoxes in this bill. It pushes more of the market into crypto and removes protections for investors and removes recourse for victims. That is the wrong direction to go in.
All righty.
When this blows up at the economy, I hope everybody remembers their
Mr. Chairman.
Actually, we're out of time, actually.
There.
I'm going to stick with our 2 minutes, 1 minute as much as possible. Voice vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Actually, I'd like to have a recorded vote on this. I think this one's going to
What the
matter in
heck?
history.
Clerk will call the roll.
This lady needs to shut up.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis?
Sorry.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis? Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno?
Aye.
Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Warner? Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock? Mr. Kim? Mr. Geigo? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment has been adopted. We now call up Warren 52.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when banks take excessive risks in pursuit of windfall profits, we know what happens next. The bets blow up, businesses on Main Street are shuttered, workers lose their jobs and retirement savings, families are thrown out of their homes, and the economy goes into recession. Oh, and then Wall Street comes to Congress and begs for bailouts and gets them. That's why our laws are supposed to keep the banks safe and sound, in part by limiting the kinds of assets that banks can own and the activities they can conduct. There are plenty of traditional assets that banks are prohibited from owning and traditional activities that banks are prohibited from conducting. This bill would throw out these sensible restrictions on crypto assets. For example, the bill allows banks to transact in the Wild West of decentralized finance, where a platform seems to face a run, get hacked, or otherwise implode pretty much every week. The bill also allows banks to lend against crypto as collateral, to own crypto directly, to trade crypto derivatives, and more. The bill also repeals a key pillar of the Dodd-Frank Act for digital assets, known as the Volcker Rule. The bill allows bank holding companies to buy and sell digital assets for any investment or trading purpose, including the type of dangerous proprietary trading and hedge fund activities that helped cause the 2008 crash. Look, innocent businesses and families that have never even heard of the blockchain will suffer if the next crypto crash also causes a banking crash. My amendment would strike these dangerous provisions from the bill. I urge my colleagues to vote for Warren 52.
60 seconds.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Lummis.
Chairman. There are 3 states that already allow banks to do this. One is Virginia, Wyoming, Louisiana.
You tell
And after
her.
this bill passes, other states will allow it to do it. The bank permissibility language in our legislation does one thing. It simply confirms that banks can use digital assets to conduct activities that they already allow to perform by law. The U.S. dollar is going to be digitized. It is going to be a digital asset. And so we need to integrate all of these assets into the banks that are allowed to do them to continue to do them. There are no special carve-outs. This amendment would strike 3 key provisions of the bill related to bank permissibility, portfolio margining, and netting agreements. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Clerk will call the roll.
The chairman?
Nope.
Mr. Crapo?
Nope.
Mr. Rounds?
Nope.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Geigo?
Aye.
Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We now call up Warren 66.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jeffrey Epstein was an early backer of crypto. He poured millions of dollars into Coinbase, one of the biggest benefactors of this bill, if it becomes law. And that's no surprise. Epstein recognized crypto's potential as a tool to covertly facilitate illicit payments. But as the crypto ecosystem was new and just developing, Wall Street banks were happy to provide the financial services that Epstein needed to facilitate his crimes. You might think that big banks would have severed their ties with Epstein following his 2008 conviction for soliciting a child for sex, and you would be wrong. For more than a decade, banks like JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of America generated massive fees off of Epstein's business while ignoring very obvious red flags. It wasn't until Epstein was arrested once again in 2019 that JP Morgan finally disclosed more than 4,700 transactions made between 1998 and 2013, totaling more than $1 billion, including payments to Russian banks and young women. I have called on President Trump's bank regulators to use their authorities to investigate the bank executives that helped facilitate Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and to turn over any information they have gathered over the years to Congress. And so far, they haven't lifted a finger. This amendment would require the federal banking regulators to publish any bank examination records related to Epstein and his co-conspirators. What did the banks know, and when did they know it? Did bank regulators spot anything that should have set off alarms? Answers to those questions may be buried in the banking regulators' confidential supervisory records. Some sunlight might help prevent Wall Street and crypto companies from funding the next Jeffrey Epstein. I urge my colleagues to support Warren 66.
Mr. Chairman, confidential supervisory information is not germane to digital asset market structure. The Epstein files have nothing to do with this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
The point of order?
Sure. I just wanted to ask Senator Warren, how are you defining co-conspirators?
This is exactly what we want to find out. When you don't have the information, you don't know. But what we do know is that Jeffrey Epstein was using crypto early on, that he was involved in illicit financial transactions, that three of the largest financial institutions...
I'm sorry, I get that. But you say the regulators have to release stuff about Epstein and his co-conspirators. How are they going to know who his co-conspirators are?
Well, they have already been named in court documents. One is identified is Ghislaine Maxwell as an identified convicted co-conspirator. And I think her record should be released as well.
I look forward to you all continuing this conversation after the hearing. Clerk will call the roll. No.
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis? No. Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Warner? Mr. Van Hollen? Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock? Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to...
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to get in trouble again, I
Yes,
know,
sir.
but I've got another point of order. I would consider voting for this amendment if you think about taking out co-conspirators.
I'd be glad to amend it. Yes, the author of the amendment accepts the proposed change.
Mr. Chair, point of order, the vote's been held, the amendment's been disposed of. That would require an additional amendment at this time.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to call up Reed number 90.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment allows the government to block foreign illicit transactions that occur using stable coins as if they were dollars in a bank. This will primarily crack down on Iran's use of stable coins to fund their nuclear program, support terrorist proxies, and engage with our forces at the present time. According to blockchain analytics firm TRM Labs, Iran continues to use cryptocurrency to source sensitive goods. Chinese chip resellers have shown the willingness and capability to supply drone components, electrical equipment, AI critical hardware, etc. And these unmanned systems, these drones, are what is wreaking havoc on our forces and our allies in the Persian Gulf today. We've lost 14 Americans and hundreds wounded, and the money can be traced back, much of it, to stablecoins. Now, Iran is also accepting tolls in stablecoins at the Strait of Hormuz, and they're making money on that too. Now, Treasury cannot shut down this operation. Excuse me. They have to go hat in hand to Tether and say, please, Tether, would you voluntarily stop doing this? We need structures. If everyone stands around here and talks about how much they support the troops, if you really support the troops, cut off the funding for the Iranians.
Rebuttal? Senator
Chairman.
Haggerty, please.
Mr. Chairman, the bill that we're voting on today already includes dedicated illicit finance and sanctions provisions for digital assets. Title II and Title III address anti-money laundering, sanctions compliance, information sharing, digital asset kiosks, DeFi risk controls, and other illicit financing risks. The amendment creates a broad extraterritorial rule for dollar-denominated stablecoins. I'm concerned that actually could undermine responsible use of stablecoins abroad. So I'm going to urge my colleagues to oppose Senator Reed's amendment.
Mr. President?
Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No by proxy.
Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis? No. Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts?
No.
Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Moreno?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester? Aye. Ms. Also Brooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to Reed number 100. Senator?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. My amendment number 100 attempts to do what I tried to do in the Genius Act, which was to make the U.S. dollar the official currency of the United States of America, and it cannot be replaced by alternatives as legal tender. I was struck when Senator Loomis said that the dollar will be digitized, and I think that's the plan of many people. And if it is digitized, the dollar will no longer be controlled by the Federal Reserve. It will be controlled by companies like World Financial. And that I don't think is a good development for the United States, our economy, or the world. And my amendment would also ensure that the dollar cannot be supplanted by currencies like the Chinese yuan and others. So I think we've got to move and make this very clear. Everyone will nod and say, of course, the dollar is always going to be the currency of the United States. As I said, as I heard today, the dollar will be digitized. And if we don't recognize that, prepare for it, a shame on us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Moreno?
This amendment's outside the scope of the bill before us. The Clarity Act is a market structure bill. It does not make crypto legal tender. It does not require any state to accept crypto for taxes. It does not disturb the status of the United States dollar as legal tender. This amendment tries to resolve a broader issue that is not necessary to the framework we are considering today. We should keep the focus on building a workable regulatory structure for digital assets, not add unrelated legal tender language. And on a personal note, in 2016, I became the first person in the United States of America to pay my taxes with Bitcoin to show the capabilities of the technology. Had I met the senator from Rhode Island, I would not have done that, as I paid $3,000 in taxes with 2 Bitcoin. So I would absolutely be in a better spot had I not done that. So we should have met each other back then.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You have about 9 seconds.
9 seconds. I just repeat again what Senator Loomis said. Dollars will be digitized. If we don't make it clear that digital currencies can and may supplant the dollar, we'll be in very difficult economic positions.
We will move on. I do want to make a note that the $3,000 that you used for the Bitcoin would today be worth how much?
Too soon.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that point was clear. The clerk will call the roll.
The chairman? Nope. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Kennedy?
Kennedy.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis? No. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Ricketts? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Aye.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
Thank you. The amendment is not adopted. We will now call up Warner 131, but to answer the question of Senator Moreno, the answer is $161,774.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking you and your staff. Yes, sir. We have worked through thousands of hours. I want to particularly thank Senator Lummis. I can't think of a piece of legislation that I've spent more time on. I voted for Genius because I thought we needed a stablecoin basis in this country. And I think we need a market structure bill for this country as well. And I will look forward to continuing to work on this past committee. Now, I also, though, want to take a moment to acknowledge, I think, a continued good faith from the chairman and Senator Lummis. There are a series of bipartisan amendments that we worked on this morning that you've accepted. So I, again, absolutely trust that we can get this done. My amendment, and I just, particularly for my friends sitting in the audience, reflects the language that my Republican colleagues and the White House accepted on DeFi. Now, we have worked dramatically since that time, hearing some of the industry's concerns. We've made over 40 changes, and most of that will be included, I think, in Senator Lummis's amendments. I still think there are some issues to work through, particularly to make sure that law enforcement has the tools it needs to make sure bad actors can't find a way to work around this framework, make sure senior government officials can't use these tools to enrich themselves. I'm committed to working to get a bill that moves this bill forward on the floor. I guess I've often said I've been in crypto hell the last couple of months. I hope to get to crypto heaven. I guess I'm right now in crypto purgatory, but I'm looking forward to getting all the way there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. I'll now call up, actually before I do so, we are around 11:45, Mr. means that we're about 17 minutes away from the 2-hour window and would need permission to continue beyond that.
We are glad to continue beyond that.
Great, thank you. I will now call up Senator Van Hollen's number 33.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, the volume of digital assets involved in illicit activities blew through all previous records. By one estimate, $154 billion was sent to illicit crypto wallets, up from $59 billion in 2024. Decentralized finance, DeFi services play an important role in this illicit ecosystem. I think we all know that. Bad actors use tools like tumblers and mixers to launder money, evade law enforcement, and move funds. Just look at what North Korean hackers did last year. They hacked $1.5 billion from the crypto exchange Bybit, and then used DeFi services and exchanges to switch between crypto tokens to launder funds and evade investigators. These are funds that can now help support the North Korean nuclear program or other illicit activities. Or look at Iran. Iranian actors have been documented using DeFi exchanges and techniques to launder funds and evade sanctions. In some cases, it's clear that these DeFi tools are created because their developers plan to profit from illicit activity. They know that bad actors will exploit these tools. In fact, that's the whole point for some of them. And so we need to hold them accountable. Addressing the illicit finance risk in DeFi overall is not straightforward, we know that. But this amendment is straightforward, and it's limited and simple. It would simply make it unlawful to release a DeFi protocol for the express purpose of enabling money laundering, sanctions, evasion, and financing of terrorism. That's what it does. There should be consequences if you set out to enable drug traffickers, scammers, North Korea or Iran, and I hope my colleagues will agree with that premise and support this amendment.
Rebuttal?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. In this bill, we've tried to use existing statutes and embed digital assets under them, whether it's the SEC, the CFTC, or criminal penalties. So the same conduct that the gentleman is trying to address is already chargeable today under 18 U.S.C. 1956 and 1957 and existing sanctions laws. So if somebody builds or uses software to launder criminal proceeds or evade sanctions, prosecutors can already bring cases under these statutes without needing a specific DeFi add-on. So if you carve out one thing for specific treatment, it sends a signal that DeFi software is not welcome in this country, and we don't want to send that signal. We want to use the existing strictures and embed digital assets in the U.S. So for that reason, I oppose the amendment.
Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts?
No.
Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Aye.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to Van Hollen, number 35. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is straightforward. It's designed to prevent conflict of interests and self-dealing by the President or members of the House or the Senate. It also requires greater transparency. We have all seen the President and members of his family involved in corrupt crypto ventures and various crypto scams. Through World Liberty Financial, the Trump family has raked in billions in profits, much of it obtained through corrupt deals with members of the UAE royal family. In fact, we've heard testimony from witnesses before this committee about that. And the Trump and Melania meme coins have allowed Trump to rake in hundreds of millions, if not more, in cash, even as investors lost $4.3 billion. The way that scam works is that whether retail investors win or lose, Trump is like the house at the casino. He always wins. And what this amendment does is very simple. We're letting the American public know, we're letting the people know that we're not going to allow self-dealing by the president or members of the House and Senate and others who have direct control and influence over these operations, as witnessed by the fact that we're marking up this bill. So the people involved directly in making these policies, from the president to the Congress, should not be able to be issuers of these particular assets and coins. So that's what the amendment does, Mr. Chairman, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Rebuttal?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Moreno?
This is the Banking Committee, not the Judiciary Committee. The inclusion of a criminal penalty and references the Attorney General make this amendment not germane to this committee. It's out of order. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And I would also just say that as a lawyer, you should, if anybody, respect the fact that people are innocent in this country to proven guilty. You're making conclusive comments about a person who's a good man who serves this nation. And to say with no knowledge that he is committing a crime is a disgrace. We can have political conversations about policies. We don't have to turn everything into ad hominem attacks against the President of the United States.
Clerk will call the roll.
Well, the chairman, allow me just to respond briefly, because I was clear, Senator, that the deal with World Liberty Financial has all the markings of a corrupt deal. As you know, the president decided to relieve some of the restrictions the United States had placed on chips and AI to the royal family just after those transactions occurred, and he departed for his trip. And of course, there was the transaction even before the inauguration that Sheikh Tahnoon made in World Liberty Financial.
Let me just reinforce the point that Senator Moreno made. Our country still affords the individual the presumption of innocence. And while we can continue the process of making allegations, I do think Senator Moreno's point is spot on. And rarely do I speak out when you two are having a conversation or any other ones. I do think we should be very careful in this context. But let us move to the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, of course, this amendment doesn't pass judgment on this issue. This just says the president, no matter who he is, or members of Congress.
Your comments did, not the amendment itself.
I used the word corrupt.
Call the roll.
Difference.
Call the roll.
The gentleman knows.
The chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis? No. Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts?
No.
Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Aye.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to, so we will now move to Cortez Masto, number 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start off by saying, similar to some of my colleagues, thank you for working together. I think we have come so far on a number of provisions in a bipartisan way, and I appreciate that. I also want to continue working with my colleagues. Senator Lamas, you've been great to work with. Thank you. And I look forward to continuing to work with you to move forward. And let me just say a couple of things. I am concerned that right now the Clarity Act would make it more difficult for law enforcement to capture criminals who use DeFi to move their illicit proceeds. In response to the work that we have been doing together on the sections, including this amendment, I have received letters from law enforcement opposing portions like this of the Clarity Act. There's 2 letters from the National Association of Assistant U.S. Attorneys who do the prosecution of that illicit activity, 2 letters from the National District Attorneys Association, 2 letters from the National Sheriff's Association, a letter from the Fraternal Order of Police, and a letter from the major county sheriffs of America, International Association of Chiefs of Police, Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies, and the National Association of Police Organizations. I'd actually submit these for the record. Thank you. And the reason why is my goal has been to find common ground, because I think we have agreed that a true non-controlling developer or software provider shouldn't be subject because they're not involved in any of this activity. The concern that many of us have, including in law enforcement, was that the definition was too broad. And the bad guys are going to jump into that definition. And the bad guys we're talking about are the ones that I think Senator Kennedy, I'm sorry he's not here, was asking questions about. Those mixers and those tumblers. They are carved out of these sections. And so the goal would be to make sure that we are letting the good players still be able to innovate, those non-controlling developers, let them do their thing, but not taking away the tools from law enforcement to be able to prosecute those individuals that pose really kind of a public safety and national security threat. And I'm talking about folks like foreign states like South Korea and others. Excuse me, I was paying attention to the chairman. I'm trying to move very quickly now, but let me finish this. For North Korea, Iran, and others that are using this terrorist activity that unfortunately are opposed to what we are doing here in the United States, protecting our communities. So I support the crypto regulation. I voted for Genius last year. I'm ready to continue to work on this bill, but we need language to stop and punish those bad actors and give the prosecutors the tools they need to be able to do just that.
Rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moreno.
First of all, to my colleague from Nevada, thank you for your hard work on all this, and I think you're absolutely working in good faith to try to get to a resolution. I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying. But this amendment would strike critical protections for non-controlling blockchain developers contained in Section 301. What makes this amendment particularly troubling is that Section 301 is specifically drafted to distinguish between so-called decentralized finance protocols that are decentralized in name only. We actually came up with a name that Republicans don't always love, being called rhinos. We call this one dinos. And protocols that are genuinely decentralized and not operated by centralized intermediaries behind the scenes. If this legislation already recognizes that distinction and applies appropriate regulatory standards to actors who retain control over a protocol, it makes little sense to simultaneously eliminate protections for developers of truly decentralized systems that lack a controlling intermediary. In practice, this amendment would introduce regulatory uncertainty. I could go on, but here's what I would say. What Senator Lummis said earlier. Let's work together to figure out a way to get a landing spot where you're comfortable, we support law enforcement, and we make certain that there's accountability in this. But for this amendment, I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
Nope.
Mr. Crabo? No. Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No by proxy.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis? No. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Ricketts? No. Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno? No. Mr. McCormick?
No by proxy.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Kim? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to call up Smith number 119. Senator Smith, you're now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer my amendment, Smith number 119. So this amendment would incorporate Senator Durbin's No Bailout for Crypto Act, which I joined him in introducing last year. We can all agree, I think, that crypto assets are incredibly volatile, and a single tweet can cause prices to fluctuate wildly. Bitcoin, for example, lost nearly a third of its value since hitting an all-time high just in October. Ethereum's value has more than halved since its peak, and these are just two of the most dominant assets in the crypto market. Nearly $2 trillion worth of crypto asset value was lost in the crypto crash of 2022. And I'm quite concerned, Mr. Chair, in its current form, that this bill that we're considering today all but ensures that the next crash is even bigger than that. So what this amendment does is simply to prohibit federal agencies from bailing out the digital asset industry, preventing U.S. taxpayers from being on the hook if that happens, when that happens. I want to just thank Senator Durbin for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Senator Lummis for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Clarity Act does not authorize a bailout of the digital asset industry. It creates rules for the digital asset markets. It doesn't create a rescue fund, a guarantee, or a taxpayer backstop. The amendment's unnecessary, and it distracts from the purpose of the bill. We should be focused on building a clear regulatory framework, not suggesting that this bill authorizes something it does not.
Mr. Chair. This amendment, I would just say, does not suggest. It only is a preventative measure. It protects the taxpayers from future decisions to bail out the crypto industry.
Clerk will call the roll. Nope.
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt?
No by proxy?
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
Mr. Chairman, I asked to be recorded as present.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
a no.
I don't know.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. We will now call up Warnock 121.
Mr. Chairman, I intend to call up Amendment Warnock 121. Thank you. My amendment further strengthens this bill's consumer and investor protections. We made great progress over the past several months of negotiation, and I would like to thank Senator Lummis and Chair Scott for working with me on compromise provisions to ensure all consumers and investors are protected from fraud in digital assets. I regret that those compromises are not fully reflected in the text of today's bill, but I'm hopeful that we can continue to work together on this, especially since the Ag Committee's partisan half of this bill is so weak on consumer protection, and frankly, it's a non-starter for Democrats on the floor. But I do want to echo what my colleague, Senator Van Hollen, and others have said. The president's self-dealing with digital assets is pure corruption, and everyone in this room knows that. Whether his dealings are illegal is a matter of legislation, and that's the work we're engaged in. But there's no doubt that this is pure corruption, and the majority has refused to agree to enforceable guardrails around all elected officials, all of us, including the president and the vice president, to prevent them from profiting from crypto while they're supposed to be serving the public The public deserves to know that we're working for them and not for ourselves. And the president's insistence on being engaged in the way that he's engaged in this whole industry has cast a dark pall on the whole process. And so he should decide whether he wants to get this done or whether he wants to continue to enrich his family. Democrats have made it clear since the beginning of this process that we will not accept a crypto bill that allows the president's crypto corruption to continue. We all agree the digital assets industry needs regulatory clarity, but I cannot support this bill in its current form and will be voting no this morning. I look forward to continuing to work in a bipartisan manner with all of you on a bill that has strong ethical standards with strong consumer and investor protections. And it is in that spirit of good faith compromise that I withdraw my amendment, and I will not seek a vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair or Reverend Dr. Chair. I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Reverend. I will now call up Kim, number 24.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe in innovation in financial services, want to harness the opportunity of emerging technologies, and that's why I did support the Genius Act last year. And I believe that this innovation can be achieved while also working to stop cartels, state sponsors of terrorism, foreign terrorist organizations from exploiting the technology. I worked for years on countering terrorist financing before I came into Congress, and I saw how we can find these types of important balances. And I heard from industry leaders how they don't want their products and tools to be used by terrorist groups, and they don't also said that a one-size-fits-all regulation is not the answer. They also said that frameworks of the past may not be fully applicable to the emerging technologies of tomorrow. To those points, I agree, which is why I'm offering this amendment to modernize the Bank Secrecy Act by adding a new category of financial institutions that would allow us to go after cartels, state sponsors of terrorism, and foreign terrorist organizations that are trying to take advantage of the emerging technologies. At the same time, my amendment preserves innovation and growth for true DeFi, because I know that a one-size-fits-all framework does not work. I support DeFi technology, entrepreneurs, and developers, and I believe that innovation can grow without allowing terrorist resources to grow. So let's meet the moment with a common sense update to the BSA while continuing to encourage innovation in the industries here in the United States. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lemus.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment's not needed because the bill in Title II already includes a section that accomplishes just what this amendment contemplates. It directs FinCEN and the CFTC to apply the Bank Secrecy Act to digital commodity brokers, dealers, and exchanges, and it does it in a very precise manner. So I encourage the proponent to check out Title II and also look at Titles 2 and 3 on money laundering and illicit finance. This bill, our bill, I think references the BSA 16 times, and if I counted correctly, and I don't think there's a single reference to BSA in the House-passed bill. So we're really tying BSA into our bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will call the roll.
The chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt?
No.
Mr. Ricketts? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Moreno? No. Mr. McCormick? No. Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye.
Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego?
Aye.
Ms. Blunt-Rochester?
Aye.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now call up Gallego number 18.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, and thank you for the whole markup.
This has been, to say the least, a very long and difficult process. And it's been great, though, working with Senator Lummis, Senator Tillis. Okay, time working with Moreno. To be honest. But we really have spent the better time of last year in countless meetings, long nights, and working through holidays. And really, at its best, the Senate learns together, finds common ground, and legislates. This is what this process demanded of us, and it's not an easy bill, as we all know, and it's exactly what we try to do. And after working on Genius Act, and we all remember that ordeal, we all learned that solving issues on the front end makes for better legislation. And we took that seriously here, and for very, very good reason. What Congress is attempting to do here is creating regulations for an entirely new sector of our financial system, and it is a massive undertaking. 67 million Americans own digital assets. We owe it to these people, many of whom are young and simply trying to achieve financial independence, to get this right. With 1 in 4 Americans now invested in digital assets, we cannot afford to wait, but we also cannot afford to get this wrong. And that's the balance we are trying to strike. Through serious bipartisan negotiations, we have made incredible progress on this bill. We have narrowed the gap on many of the outstanding issues. We did serious bipartisan work on generally difficult questions about regulatory jurisdiction, consumer disclosure requirements, crypto ATMs, and to name a few. I want to be clear that my vote here does not guarantee a vote on the floor. After today, we need to connect with our Agricultural Committee colleagues and collapse negotiations into one, and all sit at the table. And perhaps the toughest issue of all, we have come close, but have not finished, an agreement on ethics guardrail for elected officials, all elected officials. We need real enforceable standards for what it is and is not acceptable for someone who holds the public trust and shouldn't be able to profit off an industry that they enforce or regulate. But we will continue to work. I am looking forward to continue working. Mr. Tillis and Ranking Member Chairwoman Lummis and I have talked about this, how we're going to continue working. And I hope to see that we don't have any more backsliding and can move forward and hopefully finish this. So I withdraw my Gallego amendment number 18, and will in committee vote yes. But if this is not resolved by the time of the floor, like I have in the past, I am not afraid to vote no. Look forward to working together and hopefully come to a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now move. Senator Also Brooks has decided to offer Senator Warren the space that she had for number 7. We will now hear from Senator Warren on amendment number 79. Senator Warren, you are now recognized.
Thank you. So the Trump administration has spent the past year trying every trick in the book to kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that has returned more than $21 billion directly to consumers who've been cheated by banks and giant corporations. Acting Director Vogt has dropped virtually all of the consumer agency's ongoing enforcement actions against crooks and other bad actors. He's tried to lay off almost all of its staff, and he's tried to drain its funding. People have fought back, and a federal court has prevented Trump and Vogt from fully shutting down the agency. But at the same time that Congress is debating this bill, which would dramatically expand the risk of fraud in consumer and crypto markets, the administration is busy trying to fire the cops responsible for protecting consumers. Now remember, the CFPB is the agency responsible for fighting to cap abusive overdraft fees and late fees, to strike down medical debt from consumers' credit reports, to protect service members from being charged illegal interest rates on loans, to stop families from being put out on the street with an illegal foreclosure. The CFPB is going to be more important than ever if we pass a bill unleashing new crypto scams. My amendment would ensure that the CFPB receives a consistent funding stream that is insulated from the kinds of political games the Trump administration has been playing to undermine consumer financial protection in this country. I urge my colleagues to support Warren 79.
Senator Moreno for rebuttal.
This amendment should not be adopted for one simple reason. The CFPB's budget is clearly out of the scope of this bill. It's absolutely not germane. We voted on quite a few attempted grocery review acts yesterday, and those were all voted down, and I urge my colleagues to do the same with this amendment.
May I have my last 15 seconds that I didn't use?
Sure.
And my 15 seconds are the CFPB was created right here in this committee because of fraud. If we are creating a new opportunity for expanded fraud, we need to make sure that the CFPB is fully funded.
The clerk will call the roll.
And I still have 3 seconds.
My goodness.
Chairman?
No.
Mr. Crapo?
No.
Mr. Rounds?
No.
Mr. Tillis?
No.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
Ms. Lummis?
No.
Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Aye. Sorry. I was
Mr. Reed?
dazzled by the chairman's comments. It's true. But yay by proxy. I'm still dazzled.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto?
Oh, aye by proxy.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
I'm going to object if you change your rulings.
That's okay. Yeah.
Rules.
About an hour ago, I received a request from a couple of Democrat members to add 5 amendments to make this a bipartisan outcome, and I've decided to do so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I object here. You cut 16 amendments from the members of this committee. We agreed, you said, nope, we got to our numbers and said, these are our numbers. And now, all of a sudden, you have decided to rule back in 3 amendments, I take it from Senator Lummis, that you originally ruled out because it will be more convenient because somebody gets a vote. You just said, as we started this, the rules are the rules, and that you're not going to pick and choose and say, oh, this is going to help that one along, or it's going to help that one along, that you were going to apply the rules across the board. I came in here with one set of rules and understood that that was the case. So if you're now going to rule arbitrarily that you've picked 3 out of the basket to add back in, 3 Republican amendments to add back in, then I think you should rule that all of the amendments are back in. We'd like all of the Democratic amendments back in. And I am particularly looking at Cortez Masto, number 16. This is an amendment that was requested by the National Sheriff's Association. It would close a massive loophole in the current bill that would make it, right now the current bill makes it harder for law enforcement to go after cartels and criminals that are using decentralized platforms to launder money. Or how about we do Reed-Smith, number 95, for example. That's the amendment that would prevent deposit flight from community banks, which Republicans are clearly afraid to vote on. So it seems to me, Mr. Chairman, following the rules you announced at the beginning, either we know all the amendments when we walk in and that's the end of it, or if you're going to start opening that up, let's open it up to everyone, not just 3 amendments on the Republican side.
Actually, the amendment that we just voted on, number 79, was not agreed to as well. We substituted it based on the request of Alsobrooks to allow you to have that amendment, and I did so. And as you said at the beginning of this hearing, that I have the right as the chairman to pick and choose which amendments we wanted, and based on a bipartisan, which I'm not choosing between Republicans and Democrats, I'm actually choosing for Republicans and Democrats to have these final amendments in order.
You know, with respect, Mr. Chairman, You didn't say to me that if also Brooks wanted to yield her spot over for me to add another amendment, the consequence would be that Lummis would suddenly get 3 amendments that had been ruled that
Mr.
they
Chair.
would not be held and they would be out of order? I just don't understand this process.
This is a Wikipedia definition of no good deed goes unpunished. These were bipartisan bills. So, Mr. Chair, maybe instead of considering them here today with the ranking member's objections, can we just get an agreement that they'd be baked into a manager's amendment on the floor?
Yes.
No.
Good, okay.
I think,
Point of order, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Last
Yeah.
comment on the left, we'll go to closing remarks, yes.
I would actually prefer, because of the good faith that Senator Lummis has shown, and, and I intend to work more on this bill, but I would hope this would move me much closer if these amendments are not put off till the floor. but are-
Then I clearly withdraw my comment.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Chair, just so I have clarification.
Certainly.
Because if you had included my number 16, I wouldn't be asking this question. But now I'm trying to understand. Originally, 16 was not allowed because it was ineligible based on a Scrivener's error. So were these others. But now, at the chairman's call and discretion, those are going to be allowed in, but this one not because it's still a Scrivener's error? I'm confused.
Yeah,
why.
no,
What-
let me
or is it just, and listen, I respect it, it's your call.
Yes.
If it's just that you want to let some in and some not, that's fine too. I respect that. I'm just trying to understand as we move forward.
Certainly, there's no doubt that this could be confusing to folks looking on. It's a simple, actual answer. We have an opportunity to do what I think is in America's best interest, is to show that when possible, both sides can find a path forward. And in my opinion, finding that path forward requires me to allow Lummis's amendments in because that was a request of Democrat members in order to get to a bipartisan coalition and solution. And so yeah, I have made the decision that treating both sides fairly requires me to listen to both sides. And now that there are both sides coming to the table, both asking me to make a decision to allow amendments in, it's incumbent upon me to make the right decision. In my opinion, making the right decision is to allow these amendments in. So we can either do it the way that Tillis has recommended, or we can do it the way that Warner recommended, but at the end of the day.
But let me suggest, obviously, the Democrats have not agreed to this. There may be a Democrat, there may be 3 Democrats who've agreed to
Yes.
this. But the Democrats have not agreed to this. Let me ask the question the other way around, because I know
Certainly.
you always want to be fair.
Yes.
You guys have the majority. You voted out every single thing that the Democrats have tried to put in. What is the harm to letting us vote 2 more amendments that we wanted to vote, one that is supported by law enforcement, and one that is supported by community banks? We're not here to try to make this a longer process. You still have all the votes. You can keep them out. But we'd at least like to have an opportunity to vote on these 2 amendments. And then, still an unusual process, but I would call it, you are trying to be fair here. Otherwise, you've just said, I'm going to pick the people who I think are going to put together the deal that is the deal you like. It's not the deal I like. And so either we get the same kind of parity, we get the same kind of courtesy afforded each other. We're just asking for 2 amendments. You're getting 3 here. And
Excellent.
let us vote on those 2. I don't know what the harm is of voting. You guys, we get it. You'll probably vote no. But you ought to at least have to hear it.
Actually, I think it's 4 or 5 amendments. But
I'm only asking 2.
I understand. I think the answer is a simple one again. About 11:05, we informed your team that there was a bipartisan coalition asking for more amendments that I had taken out. I decided to listen to the bipartisan conversation and come to the conclusion that it was worth moving on. And that is what I'm going to do. And with Senator Warner and other members of your side reinforcing my point, I think the best thing to do is to accept those amendments, hear them, and hear the rebuttals.
I just want to say I'm deeply concerned that law enforcement officials will listen to this and wonder why their point of view couldn't be heard, that community banks will listen to this and wonder why their point of view just couldn't be heard. That's all anyone's asking for. It's 2 minutes in order to get the amendment out, a minute by way of rebuttal, and we're done. But we came in here, lived with the fact that you said, sorry, can't do those, but part of your statement was, and sorry, there are Republican things we can't do as well. So the Democratic position, look, our position should be, it's all of them, but we're willing, I'm just going to say on behalf of my colleagues here, we're willing to settle just for these two.
And now call up Lummis number 122.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would request a voice vote as opposed to a roll call vote on
I
this.
object.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I call up my Amendment 122 and ask that page 4, lines 1 and 2 be stricken, and I urge its adoption. These are changes to clarify the circumstances in which a DeFi protocol is decentralized in name only and is actually controlled by a small group of persons. And I want to thank Senator Warner for working with me on this.
Rebuttal?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Look, this amendment makes some technical fixes to Section 301 of the bill. It's hard to fix something that's fundamentally broken. Section 301 sets a narrow test for what counts as a crypto intermediary that few will ever meet. It also incorporates Section 604, the same loophole that shields decentralized services from basic anti-money laundering rules, as law enforcement experts have stressed. It doesn't matter if you have rules if nobody has to follow them. The amendment doesn't fix any of those issues, and I urge all my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
I move to strike pages 4, lines 1 and 2. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I call for a roll call vote.
Had a feeling. Clerk will call the roll. Chairman? Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
Yes, by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask just one parliamentary inquiry? Because I am confused on the process. I understand there were some amendments that were disqualified because of Scrivener's error, and Senator Lummis had some of those, and some of our colleagues had some of those. And I understand the desire to put those back into the mix and have votes. I had amendments that were drawn properly, that were not disqualified at all, including one on anti-touting, Van Hollen 34, and Van Hollen 29 on fair disclosure of information. Those were written exactly right. And so now we're having votes on amendments that you originally declared had not been correctly drafted, and not allowing me and maybe some others to actually vote on amendments that were in order and properly drafted. How does that make sense?
During the Genius Act, we made, we came to a compromise on the number of amendments that we were going to have. It was around 40. I can't remember exactly the number that we had. But ultimately, when the ranking member's side asked for how many amendments we were going to have, I chose the number that we were going to have. I gave our side 5. I gave you all 15. Ranking member chose to work with us to figure out the 15 that you all would have. And ultimately, that's how we got here.
I will just say in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's unprecedented to kind of cap the number of in-order amendments.
Actually not.
At this kind of level.
Every, it's not unprecedented, number one. Number two, every time we do a vote around, we compromise on the number of amendments that we have. When we did Genius Act, we compromised on number of amendments we have, and we're doing it again. The clerk will now call the roll on the 18 to 6 it was. What was it?
The last one, 18 to 6.
The lines have been stricken. We will now move to the amendment itself, Lummis number 122.
The chairman?
As modified? As modified?
Yes.
Please call the roll.
The chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis? Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Aye.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment as modified is agreed to. We now call up Lummis number 123. Senator Lummis, you are now recognized. Microphone. Thank you, ma'am.
Asking for a voice vote on 123. Mr. Chairman, Amendment 123 makes bipartisan changes with respect to activities that are permissible for banks and credit unions to engage in digital asset activities. These changes include clarifying the trading activities that banks can do and extending applicability to insured credit unions. I urge adoption and yield back.
Senator Warren is recognized for rebuttal.
This amendment makes some modest improvements to Section 401, the part of the bill that drastically expands the crypto-related activities that taxpayer-insured banks are permitted to engage in. Wow. But this one falls far short. Under this amendment, banks would be able to transact in decentralized finance, lend against crypto as collateral, own crypto directly, trade crypto derivatives, and more. What could possibly go wrong? Why are Republicans trying to divert Americans' deposits away from small business lending and mortgage lending? This just makes no sense. If the bill passes, even with this amendment, the next crypto crash could bring down the banks as well and bring down the entire economy. Let's strike this section instead of trying to tweak it along the edges and pretend that that fixes this problem. I urge my colleagues to vote no on Lummis 123.
Clerk, call the roll. Yes.
Mr. Crapo?
Yes.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt?
Aye.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 19 in favor and 5 opposed.
I now call up, the amendment is agreed to. I now call up Lummis 124.
Mr. Chairman, Amendment 124 changes an or, strikes an or and adds an and to Section 505 to ensure that the SEC properly carries out a rulemaking for the protection of investors and the benefit of our financial markets. I thank my Democrat colleagues for bringing this amendment to my attention, and I urge everyone to support it.
Senator Warren for a rebuttal.
Look, the problem of tokenization is one of the biggest problems with this bill. And the fix that this amendment proposes in Section 505 gives the idea of a fig leaf a bad name. It is so inadequate. This amendment, through a minor improvement on that section, does not do nearly enough to protect our system from the harm of this bill. As I have said before, the bill creates a system of easy regulation for crypto and easy ways out of securities regulation to this new easy street for crypto. And then, to stop the inevitable flow of capital from our traditional markets into crypto that this incentive system will cause, Section 505 ostensibly imposes a requirement of regulatory parity between securities and tokenized securities. It would be one thing if the bill left it at that, but it goes on to weaken that already anemic fix by providing that the SEC actually can treat securities like assets differently in light of the unique technological characteristics of crypto or consistent with the public interest and protecting investors. While the amendment would instead require the SEC to base its exceptions on the unique characteristics of crypto and whether or not it is in the interest of the public and investors, it does nothing to change the fact that this exception to the requirement of regulatory parity threatens to swallow the entire rule. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt?
Aye.
Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
No.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 11 opposed, or 6 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. We now go to Lummis 125. Senator Lummis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of amendment number 125. This amendment adds a bipartisan provision to address insider trading for ancillary assets. And I want to thank my colleagues on this committee for the work we all did together to come to an agreement on this amendment. I'm proud of all of us, and I urge support.
Senator Warren for a rebuttal.
Well, at face value, this amendment applies existing security laws prohibiting insider trading to crypto assets, and that's a goal I would wholeheartedly support if it were even close to enough to address the issue. But this amendment attempts to use a wine cork to plug a school bus-sized hole that is created in our securities laws by this bill. Look, at its core, the bill provides easier rules for crypto and easy ways for them to escape securities regulation and get to this more lax regulatory environment. Issuers of securities only have to put securities on the blockchain and then self-certify that securities laws don't apply, and the rules start to fall away. So while the amendment calls for ancillary assets to be covered by insider trading prohibitions, it does absolutely nothing to address the fact that the bill has created so many routes for instruments that share all the features of securities not to be considered ancillary assets at all, and therefore to be totally exempt from the securities laws, including the ones addressed by this amendment. So, while I support stamping out insider trading in all its forms, this fix is far from adequate to address the issue, and it gives the public a false sense of security that somehow they're going to be safe from insider trading in crypto, because they will not be safe. The insiders are going to run the game. So I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis?
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt?
Aye.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye. No.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
No.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. I now call up Lummis 126. Senator Lummis, you are now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move amendment number 126 and encourage its adoption. The purpose is to provide investor and consumer protection enforcement. This is bipartisan, to provide for a system of regulation of the offer and sale of digital commodities by the SEC and CFTC. And I encourage and I thank again my colleagues for working on this on a bipartisan basis and urge its adoption.
Ranking Member Warren is recognized for rebuttal.
So I think we should call this one Fig Leaf number 9. This amendment claims to restore state-level consumer and investor protections and the ability of harmed investors to sue, but it is so riddled with exceptions and caveats and loopholes that it's pretty much meaningless. Now, to be clear, one of the bill's most serious fatal flaws is that it guts state enforcement authority, a point that Senator Cortez Masto has made over and over. And I offered an amendment that comprehensively protected all those authorities, but that amendment was blocked by the chair. I offered it because for decades, state securities regulators have acted as frontline cops on the beat in all 50 states, rooting out fraud and scams in markets, particularly in those that affect individuals or small dollar amounts that may not get priority from federal law enforcement. This provides a critical additional layer of enforcement capacity on top of federal watchdogs like the SEC to make sure that every individual who is harmed has a chance of being made whole and that the wrongdoers are held accountable. As the crypto industry has grown, so have the scams. As Donald Trump's federal regulators abdicate any responsibility for holding crypto criminals accountable, these state-level cops are the law-abiding American people's only line of defense. This bill already guts the SEC's ability to protect investors from the worst instances of fraud, insider trading, and market manipulation, but it also tramples on states' rights, blocking state authorities from enforcing many of their own laws, including those that fight fraud and illegal conduct in these markets. Eliminating these protections and remedies that consumers have already under state law will leave crypto holding consumers sitting ducks for fraud and far worse off than they would be without any crypto market structure bill at all. If this amendment actually did something, I would support it. But it actually does nothing, only fool people to pretend it's doing something. I urge a no vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
The chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Rounds?
Aye.
Mr. Tillis? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis? Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Geigo?
Aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester?
No.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. There are no further amendments. The
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to actually offer Reed Smith 95. I know that this amendment has been ruled
Out of order?
out of order.
Out of order. There are no further amendments. The question is now on ordering the bill H.R. 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, reported as amended. The clerk will call the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Haggerty?
Aye.
Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No?
Mr. Warner?
No.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
No.
Ms. Smith?
No.
Mr. Warnock?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Geigo?
Aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester?
No.
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 15 in favor and 9 opposed.
The ayes have it. H.R. 3633 is hereby ordered reported as amended to the full Senate. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make technical and conforming changes and that the cordon rule be waived. Any objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Is there any member who would like to give a statement?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Senator Moreno?
First of all, I want to thank all my colleagues for their hard work on this. I think there's still some work to be done. Section 301 specifically, I think we need to work on to make that even better. But specifically, I just want to call out my two staffers, Sophia and Lindsay, for the hard work that they put in. And I'm sure all of you have Sophia's and Lindsay that I think we need to give them a unanimous round of applause for their hard work.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Senator Alsobrooks?
I'd like to say a few words on the bill. The digital revolution is upon us, and it has presented a clear opportunity to support small businesses, generate wealth, and I believe spur innovation. And the truth is this digital revolution is happening with us or without us. Whether or not we regulate it to create the rules of the road or not, it is here. I have a 20-year-old daughter, and she and her peers have made it abundantly clear to me that they are interested in this innovation, that they believe that the digital revolution is important, and they want not only to be able to participate in it safely, but they want what every American wants: true and growing economic opportunity, the opportunity to become wealthy, to have generational wealth. And so that is why I am at the table. I've been in negotiations for over 9 months working toward regulating digital assets in a way that protects consumers and reduces the risk of deposit flight while still allowing innovation to happen. I have negotiated in good faith with colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I want to thank them so much for all of their hard work. And in recognition of that good faith, I have voted yes to advance the bill today. Now, I want to be abundantly clear. My vote today is a vote to keep working in good faith. It does not mean that I'll be voting for the passage of the Clarity Act on the floor, because we still have so much work to do.
I'm aware that we need to find a workable way to address law enforcement's concerns about financial crimes. I'm a former prosecutor, and I know how important this is. We also need to incorporate an ethics agreement that would apply not only to the president and vice president, but to all of us. The American people, especially my constituents, expect that from us. And we need to work with our colleagues on the Agriculture Committee on their product, which still needs work. I'll keep working with my colleagues to get this done. Americans from every background and every community deserve to benefit financially from this digital revolution and to be protected from the risks that come with it. If we don't act, we'll get left behind, and I simply will not let that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I think Senator Hagerty is next, and then Senator Tillis, or Senator Britt, and then Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies first. Senator Hagerty, please continue.
Okay.
Then ladies first. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. This bill creates a market structure framework for digital assets. It's going to supercharge innovation here in America. We've been long awaiting this. Less than a year ago, this committee advanced the GENIUS Act, and it has promoted a tremendous world-leading regulatory framework for stablecoins. The act that we're going to pass today promises to do the same thing for all digital assets. And I want to thank you, Chairman Scott, for your leadership and for your commitment to me to work on technical fixes to the GENIUS Act that we have bipartisan agreement on. And I want to thank Senator Alsobrooks, Senator Warner, and Senator Marino for working with me on this bipartisan fix, and look forward to getting that implemented in the next iteration of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership on this and everyone who took so much time and energy to help get this where it is today, in particular, Senator Lummis. You have put heart and soul into this, countless hours, because you want to make sure that we innovate here on our shores. You want to make sure that each and every person has the opportunity that they wouldn't otherwise, and it has been an honor to work with you on this and to watch you lead. In particular as well, Senator Tillis and Senator Alsobrooks, thank you for your tireless advocacy to make sure that we got this right. I do hope that this committee continues to look at ways that we can provide relief for community banks. There are a number of places where we have seen overburdensome regulations, things that were not intended to apply to a certain group, and we know that they're the lifeblood of our main streets and our small towns. And so I hope that we continue to look at that and look for ways to work together, even on this piece of legislation. In particular, Senator Cruz and I have a piece of legislation, the Community Bank Relief Act. We know when the Durbin Amendment was passed in 2010 that it ultimately, there were about 7,500 community banks that were exempt during that time, and now today there are at least or fewer than 4,500. So I think there are several entities there that were never intended to be burdened by that regulation, and I think we should fix it. That's one example of things that we can do to make sure that we're looking at the entire ecosystem, and I hope as we move forward that we'll be committed to doing just that. But thank you for your work, and look forward to seeing this through.
Senator Tillis and then Senator Blunt-Rochester.
Very, very briefly, I just wanted to associate myself with the comments made by Senator Gallego earlier about the work that we have to do. And with respect to what Senator Alsobrooks just discussed, we're going to keep the same spirit of negotiations going that we have up to this point. I want to thank Senator Lummis because she and her staff, who deserves a long weekend, they all do, but especially Chris. They thank them for their hard work. But I also want to talk to the stakeholders out here. You know, people know that I'm in disagreement with some of the banking community, but I've been with them before. I'm going to be with them again, and I'm willing to listen to ways that we can make this bill better as it moves forward. But we really must move forward. So, to the stakeholders who are satisfied with the bill, great. To the ones who want more work, you have my commitment to continue to treat you in the same professional manner that I've requested of my staff all along the way. And Mr. Chair, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your leadership in getting this mark done.
Senator Blunt-Rochester.
Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to all of the members of the committee, and to all of our staff who have spent countless hours, even through holidays, to work on this. That is because it is so consequential to our country and our economy. And because it's so consequential, it is important to get it right. For my state of Delaware, we have more crypto ATMs per capita than any other state. We've had the AARP come in. While they support the provision that was in it, they haven't put out a statement that they support the whole bill, because there are still concerns. My community banks, I am concerned still. Insider trading was one of the things that, for me, people could understand. And in this environment, there is a lot of concern. And so what I hope, and while I am, again, grateful to the group that has worked very hard and tirelessly, after the Genius Act, for me, I can't take a handshake. I want the work to happen in committee. And a part that was really missing were hearings. There were a lot of members of this committee who said to me, I don't understand what this is. If we don't understand it, how can we legislate? And so as we move forward, I appreciate the good faith efforts, and I think we still have work to do. And I look forward to working with all of my colleagues, but particularly on behalf of the American people, because this is too big for us to fail. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lummis, comments?
I just want to add my thanks, Mr. Chairman, to you, to everyone on our side of the aisle who's worked so hard, to those of you on the other side that have worked so hard, and to a lot of the people that have informed the decision-making that's involved in this bill. Particular thanks to the folks from Treasury and Patrick Witt from the White House. Honestly, without their involvement, I don't think we could have gotten as much done. The agencies went from offering technical assistance to really rolling up their sleeves and helping with this bill. And our staffs, particularly Chris Land, my staffer, I can't say enough about your dedication to this. As I've said to Chris many times, we're the dogs that caught the tire. And it kept spinning and our heads kept beating against the pavement, but we can't let go because we caught the tire. And we're not going to let go of the tire until people on both sides of the aisle are satisfied that this is a product we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Let me just finally say this process has been one of the most informative and challenging processes I've been through as a United States Senator. I will also say that it has been one of the most transparent times and processes I've seen, with members on both sides of the aisle and industry all in the same room at the same time for hours upon hours upon hours. Any suggestion that somehow this was done without a process that was available to all members, undeniably, factually, patently false. I will say that the members Gallego, also Brooks, Warner, CCM, Catherine, as well as Britt, Rounds, Lummis, Tillis, and Moreno, the number of hours that you all spent talking to each other and getting to know each other better is unbelievable. How Gallego and Moreno continue to talk is a shock to me, but truly all things are possible. Colombians, both of them, that's what, thank God for that part. I also want to acknowledge the fact that Senator Gallego worked with Patrick Witt from the White House, tons and tons of hours trying to thread a needle. And I will say that without Patrick and the White House engaging with Democrats, this first step, it's not even the last step, this first step would not have been accomplished in a bipartisan fashion. Without Ryan and Trey, Tyler Williams, excuse me, Tyler, there you are, looking for you over there, working together with our staff, it would not have been possible to find ourselves where we are today. And I want to thank all staff, but particularly Janie and my staff, for their profound impact on this process. You all have worked
I know for sure thousands of hours over the last few months just on this piece of legislation. And at 1:30 last night and at 4 a.m. this morning, I was still getting texts from you all and responding at 4 in my heart. 5 for real. But literally, this process has been one that has been, I think, quite educational. And I hope that we have a successful process on the floor. But I know one thing for sure, that when you all say you're going to continue to work on it, you mean it. And Warner, once again, thank you for your dedication through some challenging times. You kept working. And may the Lord bless your family with the challenges. And CCM, I've gotten to know you a lot better. Appreciate you. I know we don't always get to the final point, but we're going to get there at some point. And thank you for your hard work and staying the course, no matter how you vote on the floor. With that, meeting adjourned.
Well, I guess that is that, guys. I guess that is that. What do you guys think? Shout out to Dano Crypto. Shout out to everyone in the house. All right. We are, yeah, I just got stopped out of that short, guys. Stopped out the short, been taking money on the long. I'm up, I guess, 11K. Got stopped out of the short for 36. These are the trades I've taken this week. So, yeah, let's see what happens here. If we don't lose that 786, I'm not shorting it again. 82 looks like a nice area. Let's see if we can come up to 82. We will have some nice bearish div on. Actually, we won't really have bearish div. My goodness. Yeah, we wouldn't really have bearish div here. That's crazy. Yeah, me too. Bullish on parade. Way more bullish than you thought. Yeah, me too, man. Me too, bro. All right. Well, we are pumping. I have to get real quick. Let me go grab my headset because I lost it. Right. We are back in action, baby. So what do you guys think about all that? Let's see if my prediction comes true. My prediction was, if you guys remember, that we pump up to 83.3 and then get a massive dump. Get some music back on here. Oh wait, it's gonna be loud, huh? There we go. Look at this pump, man. I'll be honest, I was not really expecting this, so I thought we would probably reject from around that 786. Let's see here. Our next level of resistance is this guy here. And then it is this here, 82.4, and then 83.3. That's our Fibonacci golden pocket 618 up there. So let's see what the market's going to give us here. Man, I added a lot to that short thinking that we were going to get a rejection after this thing was over. So let's see here. What do you guys think about that whole thing? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat, man. I think this might be a world record live stream for me. 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours. That's crazy. You're flopping and groping. Don't flop and grope, man. Don't flop and grope. Every time frame does look bullish. You know, I don't see a lot of reason to. Yeah, I'm feeling you. Like USDT DOM here. Let's check out. Yeah, so we don't have bearish divs, but we have bearish money flow for certain on the 1 hour. So if we come up above 82.5. we will have bearish 1 hour divergence, and the 12-minute is potentially starting to form bearish div. Maybe if we consolidate here for a little bit, you know, very interesting. Man, I was not expecting this, I'll be honest with you. Look at this juicy swing trade, man. This juicy swing trade. I cannot believe this, man. I can't believe this is so funny. It's only funny because yesterday, man, we were long from the low. We were long from the low yesterday. And now here we are. Here we are. Big shout. Big shout. Close this out. Big shout to the Casper crew, man. Big shout to the Casper crew. This long trade given from the bottom yesterday. In the moment. 1:13 p.m. yesterday. This is about 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, I told the community I was taking along. Here we are right now, up 13K. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. We gave the short in the moment from here on Sunday, May 10th. On May 10th, gave the short 4 days ago from the top. Yesterday, gave the long from the bottom, all right? The Casper crew does not miss, baby. The Casper crew does not miss. Now we're at the 200 EMA on the daily. Interesting, interesting. Interesting, interesting. The daily candle. Let's take a look. Man, you know, I don't want things to be this bullish. I want my bear market back. I want my bear market back. Yeah, that does look nice. All right, so next stop on the high time frame for sure is going to be this. $83.3. And then of course we have our little stops along the way. We got CDW potential, and we might be able to get scalps from these levels too. CDW potential 1, CDW potential 2. The CDW can't be true. The CDW can't be true. We're at the 786 of the range? Really? Oh, where'd you pulling it from? This? Oh, crap. I didn't see that. Yeah. I guess I had that. No wonder it looks so different. Yeah, so if we don't lose, if we hold above the 786, no reason to short. Honestly, we're above it right now. We're above it on Bybit. So let's see. Dano Crypto says keep wishing. Look, if the monthly confirms the green dot, I'm really gonna have to change my tune here, but monthly candle still has no wick on the bottom. Yeah, look, just because the bear market's over doesn't mean we're not going to get a double bottom. We're definitely going to get some kind of a major retrace. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, my friends. Beta male. That's what this beat says. Did you hear that? You guys don't hear the beat as loud as I do. It's loud in my ears. Yeah, green dot in the monthly, probably in June at this rate. All right, if things stay green, the green dot will print in June. Look, it will start printing in half a month, most likely, and that historically has been the bottom. Oh no, the 786 rejection, the 786 rejection. Let's go to the 3 minute here. We've got a little bit of bear div on the 3. Yeah, we probably do get a little bit of a consolidation or a retracement around this area, guys. Value area high plus 786 for sure. All right, I've taken a little short here because we are at the 786 value area high with some low time frame divergence. And we are seeing that rejection. So let's see what happens here. I put $250,000 on. Just put $250,000 on a short trade, freshie, baby. Just open up a $10 billion short from here. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Your shorts from 126K are starting to shake in their boots. Man, my short from 97K is starting to shake in its boots, man. You know? It's weird. It's crazy. It's totally crazy. Man, what a cool day. What a cool day, honestly. I had no idea this whole clarity thing was going on. What a cool day. It's so funny. I had no idea this clarity thing was going on. How fast is this treadmill? 3.5? We're up to 4. Why not? Oh, that reminds me. I gotta put in my calories, because while I was listening to that thing, I just ate a whole bunch of food. Hey, let me count up my calories here. Make sure I keep track of all that stuff, you know? All right, here we go. Yeah, let's see what happens. We're at the 786 value area high of the range. Now we're coming back down to that first support resistance flip here. Let's go to the 12-minute. Man, what a crazy day. What a crazy day. This is like some old school volatility here on Bitcoin. Shout out to Boyan. Shout out to Crypto Crank. How much am I eating? 5K? Probably I'll end up eating around 5,000 calories today. Good thing I just sold my golden retriever and put him on a short position. That's what's up. Like 400 is max long, not max longs. Like 400 is Jesse Gillick. Shout out to Jesse Gillick in the chat. Boy, and are you in any trades right now, bro? Shout out to Crypto Crank. He's out. He's out. Peace out, my bro. Did I just get from my long, Jay? No, I took a long trade yesterday from here. And I have realized $11,000 on that trade. I just opened up a new short here. Sadly, the short trade from Sunday, I really messed up on this one, to be honest with you, because I closed it out for only a $3,600 profit because I added to it twice during that pump thinking we were going to dump. So, man, I gave back like 7K on that thing. Not quite 7K. I gave back like 6K on that. And, but whatever, a win's a win. All right, a win's a win. Here we go. We're up 35K, minus 2,500. 35K minus 2,500. So let's just say we're up 33K. 33, oh no. Is Jason Casper in the Illuminati? $33,000? Maybe I am, I don't know. I mean, honestly, can you get 100,000 YouTube subs if you're not part of the group? Do you get a BLOFIN gold chain like this if you're not in the Illuminati? I don't know. I better stop before my Illuminati handlers say my MK Ultra cold word and I just stand there with a blank stare on my face. Next thing you know, I check myself into a mental hospital and come out with gold hair. You know? Has the act passed? I don't know. Apparently this wasn't even the actual act passing, was it? It was just like a pre-hearing. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what just happened. I don't even really know or care what just happened. All I know is that I made $15,000. That's all I know. I don't know if it was official or not. Was that the real thing, guys, or was that just a preliminary hearing or something? Someone let me know in the chat. Your boy Jason Casper's too stupid. I'm too stupid. It's just a hearing. Yeah, it passed. Did it pass? But then someone says it's just a hearing. I thought it was just a hearing. Okay, it goes to now. Yeah, it's just a hearing. Now it goes to Senate to be voted on. All right, now it goes to Senate to be voted on. Exactly. Who cares what happened? We make money longing and shorting. That's exactly my perspective on all of this stuff. I mean, the Crypto Clarity Act in general, eventually, like people were saying during this, the goal is to bring in CBDCs and use blockchain to enslave humanity. In the meantime, we'll long and short so that we can keep working the land here off grid and just kind of lay low. You know what I'm saying? Am I still preaching Jesus? Of course I am. Of course I am. In fact, if you want more of me preaching Jesus, check out the Billy Casper Bible channel on YouTube. The Billy Casper Bible channel. Let's see here. Let's see here. Go to the Billy Casper Bible channel. I have a whole YouTube channel dedicated to it. The Billy Casper Bible channel. All right, we got some videos on here. How many videos do we have? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 videos, man. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild. Let's see if we can't lose 82.3. That's pretty bullish. That's pretty bullish. Is there any CBD div? Let's see. Where's my target for this short trade? Well, I'd say a nice target to have on the short trade would be 80,000. 80,000, around there. But I'm honestly only risking $600 on this short trade, so I'm gonna let it get stopped out because again, I'm only long right now. I'm long. I've got $750,000 on longs right now. So for me, it's better not to take profit on the short in case of massive dump here. We just had a big news event with a strange, slow, unsustainable pump, you know? So, do I make any money on my Bible channel? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's monetized. Don't think it's monetized. Yeah, no, I don't think I do. I don't plan to be honest. Yeah, it would tell me, right? It would tell me if I made money on it. I have to go to analytics. Let me see. I don't think I make money on it, but you know, I actually don't know. I don't know for sure. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's not monetized. I don't plan to monetize it, but you know what? I have a meeting with my financial spiritual coach, Kenneth Copeland, and he's gonna let me know if I should monetize it or not. You know? We're going back to 80K. That's the target here, 80K. I mean, look at this news-induced pump here that honestly started out looking really bearish this morning. We got to fill this gap right here. We got to fill the gap. So let's see what happens, y'all. It was so nice and sunny and hot this morning. Now it's cold and cloudy. I blame Bill Gates for blocking out the sun. It's always easier to blame your problems on someone else than to blame yourself, you know? I like to blame all my woes on Bill Gates. Who do you like to blame all your woes on, guys? You're gonna start a channel non-religious? Well, if you're starting a YouTube channel, I hope you plan to monetize it. You know, a worker is due his wages. If you're taking the time to make a YouTube channel and you're putting work into it, you should be paid for it. That's why we're here on YouTube anyway, right? I mean, after all, look at this. Raking in the big bucks here. $839 in the last month. Man, I could retire from my day job on this. Honestly. Look at this. 400 subscribers. That's awesome. God bless you guys. Thank you for subscribing. 167,000 views. That is pretty crazy, actually. Thank you guys for taking the time to watch a sweaty guy in the treadmill outside in his mom's garage. You blame the Jews for all your woes. A lot of people seem to do that. A lot of people do that. The only person you can blame is yourself. In a lot of ways, I think people do need to take more responsibility for their own conditions. But a lot of things are also out of our control. There's a lot of things out of our control. There's some things that we can control, like using good risk management. That's definitely within your control. How many steps for today? Not very many, Boyan. Let me check here how many steps I have for the day. 18,000. 18,000. Yeah, people blame Trump. Blame Elon Musk. Blame aliens. I blame my lows on myself because of stupid mistakes I've made, says Jesse Gillick. Yeah, you should always take responsibility for your own life. Get money from the Bible channel and give it away. If I ever do make money from the Bible channel, I will give it away. Honestly. I've been live for 4 hours. I know. I think this is a world record, Boyan. I think this is a world record, man. Yeah, everyone needs to stop playing the blame game and focus on what you can focus on. You know? Let's check out order flow. Man, should I take profit on the short? Should I close it for 800 bucks? Let's take a poll. Should I close the short? Should I close the short while in profit? Let's see what you guys say. Gore Notice says, cool, so I'll just blame myself. I'll just blame myself for having to pay the taxes while billionaires barely pay taxes or a living wage. So most people end up needing public assistance while still working. All your fault. No, it's not your fault. Well, in a few ways, we could blame ourselves for that. I mean, we could blame ourselves. We, the people, could blame ourselves for allowing that to happen. Obviously, we'd have to blame ourselves collectively and take collective blame for allowing that to happen, because in the system that we have here, we, the people, did allow that to happen. All right, yeah, we were deceived. A lot of us were deceived. A lot of us didn't know. A lot of us weren't paying attention. But technically, we, the people, collectively, could have stopped it. All right. But there were a lot of conspiracies, literal conspiracies along the way that made it difficult to stop. That is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is just accept the dang situation that we're in and, you know, maneuver your way around the system to make it work for you, right? Like, there are a lot of things you can do as an individual to, instead of playing the victim card, saying, oh, woe is me, having to pay all these taxes and work my job, quit your job, start a business, start investing. We have so many opportunities right now in this day and age that historically humanity has not had. I was talking to my friend the other day. He's 73 years old. He is 73. And, you know, I'm 35, but really in the grand scheme of things, 73 and 35, they're not much different. We're talking about 40 years, right? 40 years is nothing. 4 decades is nothing. When he was my age, he didn't have the internet. It was 1986 when he was my age, give or take. He had no internet. He had to either have a job or a brick and mortar business. And he didn't have the internet. Right now, we have the internet. We can learn anything we want. We can learn any skill we want. We can learn any trade we want. We can start any business we want without having to go to school. We could learn stuff without having to pay money to go to college. It's all right here in our dang smartphone in our pocket, on our Obama phone. It's all right there for free, basically. We have an endless amount of information at our disposal. We have education that historically you would need to pay lots of money, go to the most prestigious schools in the world to learn. We have it right here in the palm of our hand. We have the opportunity to trade
Bitcoin from literally in the middle of the mountains, in the middle of nowhere, making money, walking on a treadmill. I mean, we have amazing opportunities that previous generations have not had. So you could look at the situation and play the victim card, or you could look at the situation and say, man, praise God, I wasn't 35 in the 80s where I didn't have these amazing opportunities. All right, so most people think it's half 50-50. A few more people think I should hold it than close it, the short. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to close it either. Might take a little loss here. Shout out to CBK Wahoo, got knocked out of the workforce and is now a trader. That's what's up. Warren Buffett learned how to invest at 7 without a computer. That is wild, actually. Warren Buffett. Good old Warren Buffett. When would I think about closing my short from 97K? I will never close it. I'll never close it. I've already made like 11K on it. I'm getting paid the funding fee on it. I'll never close it. 35 and 45 are different. That's not what I mean, 001 Sequoia. What I mean is, in the grand scheme of things, 40 years is nothing. And a 35-year-old and a 75-year-old, 100 years from now, will be considered contemporaries. Because 4 decades is a short period of time. Right? 4 decades is a very short period of time. Right? Human life is very short. What I mean to say by that is, if I had been born just 40 years earlier, which is a very short period of time in the context of human history, I would not have had the amazing opportunities that I have now. Like, sometimes I get nostalgic. I'm like, man, I wish I lived in the 70s, you know, in the 80s and the 90s, when times were simpler. And then I think to myself, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want that. I'd have to have a job. Ugh. You know, I'm literally like living the dream right now. I'm a professional burnout, professional guy with no job. I get paid to not have a job. Who the heck wouldn't want that? But it's because of the time period that I was born in. If I had been born a decade earlier, maybe I could have been doing this. 2 decades earlier, probably not. 3 decades earlier, definitely not. You know? That's all I'm trying to say, man. The 80s were fun. They seem fun. Like, that's the thing. The 80s seem fun. Like, hair metal. You know, I've always had a thing for the 80s music myself. They seem fun. And also, ignorance is bliss. And I feel like in the 80s, people were blissfully unaware of all the hanky-panky that was going on in the world, and they're just having a good time. Hanging out in real life before the internet, you know, real relationships. But then I say, nah, that's dumb. Because in 40 years, people are going to be nostalgic about the 2020s. Be like, remember when we used to just trade Bitcoin all day? And now, at that time, probably won't be allowed to trade Bitcoin or something weird. I don't know. Crypto Tejo's 1 decade before and you're here. Yeah, 1 decade is fine. Like, if you're born in 1980, that's fine. But if you're born in the 60s, born in the 50s, it'd be much more difficult. And here's another thing. If you were born in the 50s, like my dad was born in the 50s, right? So he's also an entrepreneur, my dad. He got out of the system and started his own online business when he was in his, when he was in his 40s. He was in his 40s. And that didn't really start to get going until he was in his 50s. So he had to wait. He had to wait more. He had to work for the man in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Because the internet wasn't a thing, you know? Cocaine seems fun. Cocaine does not seem very fun to me, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes caffeine isn't even fun for me. I can't imagine cocaine being fun. I've never done cocaine, by the way. I've never done cocaine. But I can't imagine it being fun. Sometimes I drink too much coffee and I get the jitters and anxiety. I can only imagine what cocaine would do to me. I feel like it would be scary. Could be wrong. There's only one way to find out, all right? There's only one way to find out. I'm not willing to find out. Yeah, we're still live, Juan Estrada. Are we still live? Let's check it. Oh yeah, we're still good. Did I do at least mushrooms? Yeah, I've done mushrooms. I see. I was always scared to do things that like. I was, scared to do things like heroin and cocaine, and like the drugs that people die from. I know a lot of people don't really die from cocaine overdoses. It's not that common. It's not like heroin. Most heroin overdoses is just like cut with some bad stuff, right? But no, I was never into that. I was never into that. I was into Mary Jane, marijuana, dabbled with some psychedelics. That's about it. Chewing coca leaves is a local remedy. I believe that. I also believe there's a huge difference between chewing the leaf and snorting a powder. I think there's a big difference there. I even know, like, for example, ayahuasca originally, didn't they just chew the leaf? Something like that. And now people are like smoking DMT. That's a lot different though. You can't compare cocaine and ayahuasca. Do mushrooms contain evil spirits? I don't know if the mushrooms themselves contain evil spirits, Dave Digital, but my personal opinion on psychedelics is that they allow you to perceive things that are real, but we're not able to perceive them in our normal state of consciousness. So I think a lot of the experiences that people have are real spiritual experiences. I don't think it's just in your brain. I refuse to believe that. Now the problem is, it's also my opinion that God doesn't want us to mess around in the spiritual world like that because it's dangerous for right now. In the future, I believe humanity will once again be able to go in and out of what we call the spiritual world. But for right now, I think the Lord doesn't want us to mess with that stuff because it is dangerous. It's dangerous. You're going to get some kind of demonic presence or spirit to start to influence your life. And it's not going to end well. That's my opinion on these things. Why does God allow those things to have an effect on us if he doesn't want us to feel the effect? That's a good question, Dave Digital. Well, he tells us not to do that stuff. He doesn't want us to contact the spiritual world. He doesn't want us to contact the dead. And the very fact that he prohibits those things means they're obviously things that are, number one, real, and number two, things that can be done. But if you believe in a humanity that has fallen, in a sense that God created us to have intimacy with him, God walked with humanity without any separation, and humanity was obviously able to perceive things in the spiritual realms naturally. But then after humanity falls into sin and there's a separation between man and God, those things are obviously still real. But in this current state of being fallen, for right now, those things, we shouldn't mess with them. Because in our current state of being fallen, we can't perceive between what's good and what's bad. And there's a lot of evil spirits out there that would want to trick you and hurt you and put you into spiritual bondage. But I believe that God will restore all things. And then I believe we'll be able to perceive the spiritual realms naturally without having to alter our state of consciousness. That's just my opinion. Looks like this short might not work out, guys. I shouldn't have listened to you. You know, speaking of playing the blame game, I'm gonna blame my loss on you guys. Just kidding. Who cares about drugs? I'm trying to get rich shorting Bitcoin. Well, me too, but I'm getting wrecked, so, you know. I can't believe we've been live for 4 hours, guys. This is definitely a record. This is a record. This is a world record. I don't think anyone's ever in the history of YouTube. Just kidding. But yeah, we smoked the Penn's diapers in this chat, honestly. I walked for 4 hours. How big are my legs? Huge. I mean, my legs are so big. Anyone who's seen them knows they're so big. Anyone who's ever seen my legs, they're like, man, Jason, like, those are massive legs. They look like giant tree trunks. Especially my calves. My calves are so big. Honestly, it's crazy. It's crazy. Why would I listen to a chat that screams to short every red candle? I mean, isn't that the way you're supposed to trade? You're supposed to short every red candle, long every green. That's true. Dave Digital's right. They're at least 100 times the size of a toothpick. At least. At least. Yeah, I am bush peeing right now. What happened to the weather? It got cloudy, man. Like they, you know, Bill Gates came out and chemtrailed the sky for me. I saw Bill Gates in the airplane up above. I heard him too. He's like, "Hey, Jason, It's me, Bill Gates. LTTA swears Jason is so dumb. I agree. I think Jason is also extremely dumb. Jason is extremely dumb. What's my idea of a good yearly P&L? Well, I guess for me, over $500,000 is good for me. That's what I did last year. Let's see if I can do it again this year. So far, I'm on pretty good track. Well, we'll see. I mean, let's see. You know what we need is we need. I mean, last year we had the bull market, so we had these intense runs here. So basically, from September 2024 until October 2025, I did over $500,000 trading. And this is by far the best year of trading in my life. Now, that's for a lot of reasons. I had a lot more money to trade with, blah, 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 blah. But also we had these big runs and I was in big positions. And, you know, we're talking 80% moves here. We're talking big moves. And then in the fall, I mean, you guys saw me basically from August until October, I'm trading millions of dollars in this zone here. Getting a little crazy with it. So, but now I'm trying to trade big money again too. All right. So in the last 2 months, I'm up. I don't know the exact number. I don't, but it's definitely close to 150. Klein says, whenever I think of Bill Gates, I think of this emoji. Is that a pregnant man? Bill Gates is a pregnant man. Did I start with $100,000? It's hard to say because I'll be honest. I know I always talk about your trading account, but I don't necessarily trade with a fixed trading account. I don't do that. I used to do that, but now I don't. Now I just say, I'm gonna trade with X amount of money. Maybe it's $500,000. Maybe it's 250K. Maybe it's 100K. It depends. It really depends in the moment. Oh, I did at least 4 hours and 50 minutes. You have the video in a playlist? All right, well, we got to beat that. All right, we got to beat that. Let's see if we can't go for another 40 minutes here. All right. $150K is enough to sustain a living? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, praise God, honestly. Praise God for it. Walking treadmill, Army Unite. Yeah, there's nothing like walking on the treadmill, guys. It's fun, it's awesome. Pocahontas said that Native Americans used crypto first. I did hear her say that today. Billy Bates says, mushrooms left you with a lot of questions you don't need anymore. That's the thing about psychedelics, in my opinion. You feel like you're learning so much sometimes during a trip, but then you don't have any answers. You don't have any answers. In my worldview, Jesus is the only answer. Jesus gives you access to the spiritual realm. Jesus can save you from your sin. Only through Jesus can you ascend to the state that humanity was created to exist in. There's no ascending, there's no inner divinity for anybody outside of Jesus. That's just the reality of the situation. That's my view. Obviously, people have different views, and I ain't got no hate on anyone else's view. Even though I think you're wrong, I still ain't got no hate for you, towards you. I love you. Can we hit 60K from this value area high? Sure, why not? So far, it's not looking that great, but sure, why not? Why not? Why not? You know, why not? Dave Digital walks on the treadmill every Monday, Wednesday, Friday morning, live on YouTube, because the treadmill is boring and I get to talk to people. Looks like my computer's tripping out, guys. Looks like my computer's tripping out. What do I think about the scholar who says Jesus was handing out psychedelics? And the Christ is to take drugs through the eye? Well, I think that scholar, doesn't know very much about the context of first century Second Temple Judaism and the context in which the word Christ is being used in the New Testament scriptures, because Christ is a word that has many meanings in many different contexts. But in the context of the Bible, the word Christ has a very specific meaning, right? So you could take the word and it has a lot of different meanings. But within the context of the New Testament scriptures and the context of Jesus being the Christ, there's a very specific context for that and has nothing to do with psychedelic drugs. That's what I think about that. Yeah, the PC is tripping. I think it overheated. It's too hot outside. So we had to relocate into the basement gym here. Should we enter right now? That's up to you. I mean, it's a low probability short trade. It's a low probability short trade. I'd say it's a low probability long trade. If someone put a gun to my head and said long or short, that's a tough one. I'd say the short right now has a better risk to reward ratio for sure. He has some ancient Greek studying. Yeah, that's the thing. So you could study ancient Greek. So here's the thing. Ancient Greek, you might have a lot of different applications for the word Christ. But the New Testament, the Bible, although it is written in Koine Greek, it's written by first century Jews who have a Old Testament worldview. So you cannot take the New Testament out of its first century Jewish context. You can't take the New Testament out of its Old Testament context. Otherwise, it makes literally no sense. It would make no sense at all if you just read the New Testament only without understanding the Old Testament scriptures. So, if you're just going to say, let's take a look at all the different ways that ancient Greeks used the word Christ, I'm sure there's many different applications for it. But really, when the New Testament uses the word Christ, it's using it to mean the Messiah, Mashiach, the Messiah. And the Messiah had very specific criteria into who and what the Messiah would be, according to the Old Testament scripture. So you have to interpret the New Testament scriptures in light of the worldview that the authors of the New Testament scripture held to. What are my thoughts on that the 4-year cycle is dead? Well, I think we're going to kind of see so far, I think you could make a case that the 4-year cycle is both dead and alive at the same time. The reason I say that is because the time frames have not been any different. For example, like here we are. Let's go to the all-time index. Let's go to the monthly chart here. Let's clear off everything. The bear market pullback in 2024 happened right on schedule. All right, happened right here at the golden pocket 618. Now, typically we would get a 50% pullback from there. However, this time we only got a 23% pullback. The bottom of the bear market happened right on time. All right. Then we had our halving in April 2024. Okay, April 2024. The top happened right on schedule. 500 days after the halving, what do you know? Boom, here we are at the exact top. 540 days after the halving, right on schedule. So the 4-year cycle is on schedule, but the pullbacks have not been as intense. All right, so when we would have had a 50% pullback, we had a 20% pullback, and now, where we would expect a 70% pullback, if this is the low around here, maybe we only get about a 50% pullback. So as far as the time frame goes, the 4-year cycle is right on schedule. As far as the pullbacks go, so far, they have not been the same. They have been less. So it seems like the cycle is still there, just there's not as much volatility involved with the 4-year cycle. That's kind of where I'm leaning right now. I don't think we're going to head into a super cycle. The reason I say that is because we had the top exactly where expected on the time frame, 500 days after the halving, and we expect the bottom to be in between June and November. Right? So June and November, that is here. And I do think we're going to come back down for some kind of a double bottom, but June and November, that is literally next month, guys. So between June and November is here, right? So if we bottom out within the next few months, if we bottom out literally within the next 2 weeks, the 4-year cycle is still right on schedule. It's just the pullbacks are not what they have been in the past, right? So, like, where was the halving? The halving was June 2020, right? Then we pull this thing from there to the high, 518 days, right? And then we bottom out between June and November, which is right here. That was pretty much the bottom. So yeah, the 4-year cycle is right on schedule. It's just, are we going to see as much volatility now that Bitcoin has a higher market cap? Well, so far the answer is no. Right? So far the answer is no. But I don't know for sure, you know? I don't know for sure. Big shout out to Dennis Marv, who says, I smocked MJ. At the end, I was doing it for the realizations that striked me. Then I started praying and received them this way, so I stopped smocking. I don't know if that's a joke or serious, but anyway, thank you so much for the super chat. I thought you were about to tell me something about I smocked a marijuana and I almost died or something like that. Christian nationalism is the biggest threat to the U.S. It is a very scary thing to see the mixing of American patriotism and Christianity. It is a scary thing to see, especially with all this war stuff that's been going on, honestly. But yeah, shout out to X Bar Guy 62. I agree. Focus on the Lord. Focus on the Lord. That should be our only focus. I mean, if you're a Christian, then your only focus should be on seeking Jesus, seeking God, and nothing else. Everything else is trying to pull you away from that. Everything else is a distraction, right? But people try and mix a little bit of Jesus into politics, a little bit of Jesus into this, a little bit of Jesus into that. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Can we check order flow? Yeah, let's check order flow. Would I say that this is a swing trade? This short could be a swing trade. Like, it could be. I don't know, though. I don't know. I'd say the better, yeah, we'll check order flow, but first let me just say I think that the better swing trade as far as a short goes would be, let us get a little bit more bearish divergence here. We will have no bearish divergence on our 1 hour until we reclaim this high right here, and even more so until we reclaim 82.5. Then we'll have some serious bearish divergence. Let's check out order flow. This is order flow aggregated CVD and open interest. In general, we've actually seen quite a bit of longs opening here. In general, increase of OI and mostly longs opening here. A fair number of shorts as well, but in general, this is actually, if we're looking at aggregated across all perpetuals, there's a fair amount of buying here. This is actually this is not necessarily just a short squeeze. On Bybit, it was a short squeeze. Like, this net shorts is here only on Bybit, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think this is only on Bybit. And so on Bybit, it was a short squeeze, but across all the exchanges, it seems like it's a healthy move. You know? Dennis Marv. Okay, so that was a serious comment. Well, God bless you, bro. Thank you so much, Dennis Marv, for your super chat. I appreciate you, man. Billy Bat says, the first time I smoked to death, I almost logged out permanently. Oh, man. Yeah, I've had some crazy experiences myself with the old THC myself. As an ex-stoner, I've had some scary experiences and some awesome ones. But I don't touch the stuff. I do not touch the stuff nowadays. Shout out to Christopher Munn, 1378. Says, did you ever see the news about the billionaire founder of a cosmetics company that donated all his money to charity and became a priest and is now happier than ever seeking God? No, I haven't, but that's a beautiful story. What's my profit-taking strategy? My profit-taking strategy is I like to take profit when I'm booking more money than I risked in general. And then I like to hedge myself and I like to book little gains along the way. Like, a good example of that is today. If you saw my trading today, you know, for the past 2 days, well, that's kind of hard to say because I've been in and out of trades, but in general today I had a short trade that was open. I could have closed it for a $15,000 profit. I could have earlier today, but I didn't. Instead, I ended up only closing it for a $3,600 profit, right? So you might say, Jason, that's kind of dumb. But the thing is, I don't consider it dumb because across these two trades, the short and the long that I took since Sunday, let's say I started with $0 profits. Now I'm guaranteed at least $13,000. So I left a lot of money on the table. I could have closed the short trade for $15,000 and I could have closed this long trade for $14,000, and I could have made, you know, that's $29,000. I could have, but I didn't. Instead, I'm making $13,000. That's a big difference, honestly. So the reason why I do that is because part of it is psychological for me. I'm hedging myself, and I'm not trying to make as much money as possible. I'm just trying to steadily and consistently grow my trading account over time. And one of those trades is going to be a big winner. And so I'm trusting the process, and I'm trusting the small win, small loss, small win, small loss. And then one of these days, I'm going to have a $20,000 win. I'm going to have a $60,000 win. I'm going to have a $100,000 win. Why don't I engage in the lettuce? Well, first of all, God saved me from being addicted to the lettuce. I was addicted to the lettuce, and I know people say it's not addictive, but I was absolutely 100% addicted to the lettuce. Couldn't go a day without wake and bake and just smoking all day. And it was really difficult. I tried to quit a number of times. I couldn't do it. And then the Lord supernaturally took that away from me. And then as time went on, I continued to dabble in it, like from time to time. Even though I was no longer addicted to it, I would still dabble in it from time to time if I was with a friend or if I was with somebody, or even sometimes I would just say, you know what, I feel like smoking. But then I realized that actually it happened during a time of prayer and fasting when I was seeking God, and He brought to my attention that He took this thing away from me, and here I am still messing with it. And that I need to fully repent of this, right? Because for me in my life, it was a sinful thing. I'm not saying it's sinful for everybody, but for me it was. And the Lord supernaturally took it away from me, and here I am still dabbling with it. And so I officially repented from it, and I renounced it from my life. And when I did that, it was like a giant weight was lifted off of me. I actually began praying in an unknown language at that time for hours after I repented and renounced the lettuce. And so from that point onward, I've said to myself, I'm never going to do it again, because the Lord doesn't have that for me. Maybe He has it for you. I don't know. You're not me and I'm not you. And I honestly can't look at the lettuce and say, objectively speaking, this thing is wrong, right? Just like I can't look at alcohol and say, objectively speaking, it's wrong to drink alcohol. But I know for me, it's wrong to do the lettuce. Just like for some people, it might be wrong to drink alcohol. But I think those things depend on your walk, your individual walk and past experiences and all that kind of stuff. And also, what is the Lord telling you about it? Because if He's telling you not to do it and you're doing it anyway, that's not a good thing. Doge pump. We got a Doge pump. Well, it looks like we're getting a Bitcoin pump too, man. I should have closed the short. I can't believe I listened to you guys taking this short trade. You know? Let's see, how long have we been streaming for? We're almost beating my personal record. We're about to hit a PR on the stream, baby. About to hit a PR on the stream. Shout out to Distance Music. God bless you, Distance Music. We still got 800 viewers. This is the longest stream with the most viewers I think I've ever had. All right, Lido Flow said close it. Yeah, 440, 440. Why does God put these things here if he doesn't want us to do them? 001 Sequoia. Well, I'm not saying that God doesn't want everyone to do it. I mean, for example, with the marijuana thing, like I said, I can't read the scripture and come away from it thinking smoking marijuana is objectively wrong. I just, it's not, you would never read the scripture with an unbiased mind and walk away thinking that smoking marijuana is objectively wrong. You never would. But I know for me, it is wrong. Like God told me, Jason, you're not going to do that, right? So that's different. But I was talking to Dave Digital about this a little bit earlier in the stream, 001 Sequoia, that I believe that humanity is much more complex than what we can perceive right now. Because I believe originally, when humanity was created, we had full access into all the different dimensions, or whatever you want to say, into the spiritual world, into the astral plane, whatever you want to say. Humanity originally had access to that freely. I mean, we could walk with God. God walked with humanity. His presence was actively walking around with humanity, according to the Bible, in Genesis chapter 2 and 3. So you can't be walking around with God unless you have access to those other dimensions. But when sin entered into humanity, there was a separation between God and man. And so I think, and I don't know this for sure, but my opinion on this is that for our own safety, God said, don't go into that other realm in your fallen state because it's going to be dangerous for you. But the story of Scripture is a story of redemption and a story of restoration, and God is going to restore humanity back. And he is currently in the process right now of restoring humanity back to the original state that humanity was created to live in, which was no separation between God and man, with full access to that realm. And so until all things are fully restored, I believe temporarily, those things are off limits for our own safety. Because there's a spiritual world out there, there's a lot of malevolent spirits that would lead you astray and look to hurt you, look to deceive you. And so for right now, God says if you want to access that realm, you do it through me, right? You do it through Jesus. That's why I believe those things are still here on the earth for right now. Bonk died. Look, that's just my opinion on things, guys. Please bear in mind. Yeah, so Joe smoked DMT and there are entities all over there. Exactly. There are entities all over there. Entities all over there. And Scripture says even the devil masquerades as an angel of light. So if someone comes to you as an angel of light, be careful. Be careful. Is AVAX dead? I don't know. Probably on tilt says DMT is what made me believe in a higher power and find Jesus. Praise God then, man. You know, praise God. I know a few people that have had that happen to them as well, with various psychedelic experiences. But yeah, in general, I don't think it's a good practice. That's just my opinion. I think it's dangerous to be messing with that stuff. I think it opens you up to influences that you do not want in your life. You do not want them in your life. Is DMT natural? As far as I know, DMT is simply just comes from the ayahuasca plant, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just like a more pure form, right, that you smoke, if I'm not mistaken. Victor says, Victor says, Jason Gasper comes as an angel of light. Should you be concerned? Yes, man. Especially when there's a guy on the internet walking on the treadmill in a weighted vest. You definitely want to be concerned, all right? Yeah, your brain makes DMT for sure, says 001 Sequoia. Yeah, and your brain not only makes DMT, but it's your brain is made to, I don't know if the word is absorb DMT, but react to DMT. I say Jesus is the only begotten Son of God. I mean, I believe Jesus is monogenes, the unique, the one and only. It depends on how you want to translate monogenes in the Greek. Monogenes huios. The unique Son, the one and only Son, the only begotten Son. Depends how you want to translate. But I believe Jesus is what the scripture says he is. Man, this is interesting, this slow, painful pump. This slow, painful pump. It's slow and it's painful. We were trying to short it. We were up at like $1,200. We should have just taken it. You know, we got a bear div on the 1 minute. Maybe that's going to take us down. Am I getting dizzy walking in circles? I'm not. But are you getting dizzy watching me walk around in circles inside the basement gym? What a cool basement gym. Now what a cool basement gym this is, guys. Is this not the coolest basement gym you've ever seen in your life? Coolest basement gym I've ever seen in my life, guys. You know? I love this basement gym. This is my happy place down here in the basement gym. You know? Do some pull-ups. I don't really feel like doing pull-ups right now, to be honest with you. But maybe someday we'll do a trading and training stream. But probably not, because I hate to talk when I'm working out. Like, I hate to talk. There's nothing worse than talking and working out. That's why me and my wife don't work out together. She loves to talk. I love my wife, but she wants to talk in the gym. She'll be like on the elliptical trying to talk to me. I'm trying to like get psyched up for my next set of squats. She's trying to talk. You know? It doesn't work out. .001 Sequoia is a militant agnostic, and I have the utmost respect for .001 Sequoia's militant agnosticism because honestly, I personally do feel that it is the most intellectually honest position one can hold. Saying, I just can't know for certain. That's an intellectually honest view. I would be a militant agnostic myself if I wasn't a Christian. My basement looks like a nice grow room. Ironically, .001 Sequoia, this used to be a grow room, not for marijuana, but for all my seedlings, this area right here, where I have this Squat Max MD belt squat machine, all the way up to this hammer strength glute thrust machine, was all grow lights and pots and table set up to grow seedlings, because back when I first started homesteading, I thought that I needed to start my plants early so that I'd have a better harvest, and eventually I realized that was a whole bunch of wasted work and time. Instead of starting them in March and babying them inside and then transplanting them, and like half of them die of transplant shock anyway, and the ones that survive aren't even the hardiest plants, you might as well just wait until June, direct sow everything into the dirt, and the strong ones come up and the weak ones don't. And if the weak ones don't come up, you plant another seed 2 weeks later, and it's way less work and way less time, and the crops are way hardier. But yeah. Oh, you didn't specify weed. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, it's funny because I had all the grow lights down here, and people would be like, what are you doing with those grow lights? Like, what are you growing down here? I'm like, yeah, you know, herbs. Growing herbs down here, you know? Oregano. I'm growing oregano. They'd be like, oh, oregano, huh? Yeah. Good old oregano. Carlos says, without God in my heart, I wouldn't be who I am. That's the same with me, bro. Like, that's the same with me. 100%. All right, guys, I think we beat our record. The herbs are meant to heal the nation, says Marcus B. Where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? I have a feeling that you are misquoting a scripture from Revelation 21 or 22. Too Deep says, I thought my avocado tree died after a freeze a few months ago, but I just saw it's growing back. Makes you happy. Oh man, that's awesome. Nothing worse than a dead tree from a freeze. Have I looked into hydro gardens, hydroponics, or are you talking about the kind of setups where the fish live inside the fish tank and the fish poop and the poop fertilizes the plants and it's like this whole like ecosystem? Because I have looked into that, and I actually know a family that does that full time, and it's really cool. But for me, you know, I feel like that's the order flow of gardening. And just going and digging a hole in the dirt is the good old Market Cipher B of gardening. You know, I'm just a simple man. I'm just a simple man. You know? I'm just a simple man. So that hydroponic stuff is too complicated for me. I did start with some hydroponics for a little bit in 2020, 2021, but I quickly realized it's just not for me. It's not for me. It sounds cool in theory, but it's a lot of work if you don't know how to do it right. It's so much easier just to do what God created, which is put a seed in the dirt and then do nothing. I wonder what's going to come of this short here, you know? Looks like we're going to pump, actually. Let's take a look at Market Cipher B. Take a look at MCB. Yeah, it looks like we have another pump in us, guys. Looks like we are going to take the highs at 82.136 here. I don't think this is the high here. Even the 6-minute money flow is really making it seem like we got one more high. But let's see. It's not over until the fat lady sings, guys. It's not over until the fat lady sings. Yeah, HFG for sure. Soil is better than hydroponic. It's easier. I mean, it's easier. Like, let's be honest, hydroponic is not, it takes a lot of intervention to make that happen. I'm sure, I know the people who do it, they say it's way easier than in the dirt and it's cleaner and all, and I believe them that, but I've tried it and I dabbled in it. And then I had these little kits that I got on the internet of like hydroponic grow stations. But then as I look down the road of like actually doing it as my main thing, I'm like, this is crazy. I have 6 acres of dirt in the backyard. Let me just use that. Looks like an Adam and Eve pattern. .001 Sequoia says easier to do hydro. I believe it, man. I mean, the people who do it, they say it's way easier, but like I said, for me, I dabbled. I projected into the future the equipment I'd need, the space that I'd need, the setup I'd need, and I said, it's not for me. Yeah, a 5-hour stream. Look, Bisha for life. Let's see here. Yeah, BLOFIN, they saw it. They gave me a heart of your user ID, all right? So we're going to get out your stuff. Hype is on fire. Can we have a look at Hype? Yeah, we could have a look at Hype. Wow. 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 I mean, this looks pretty bullish. I'm not gonna lie. We took the low. We have an extremely bullish divergence on the one day. We had a bear div. It looks like the bear div is playing out here. Looks like this purple money flow on the daily is money flow support. It looks really nice. Insane bullish engulfing candle. I'd say, you know, high probability now that we take out the highs here at 45.81. And if we take out those highs, then obviously we would look for a continuation, maybe towards an all-time high here. So we're coming up toward, this is the log scale 618. We're kind of consolidating here, makes sense. We're unable to change market structure bearishly after our first tap of the 618. It looks like we're 48.62 is the next target. And the thing is, I mean, it would be really easy to take out $50 because we have these highs here. It does look pretty bullish to me on the daily. Let's check out the weekly. The daily looks extremely bullish. We haven't even confirmed the bullish divergence yet, obviously, because it's one candle. Uh-oh. Looks like the computer's about to die, folks. All right, folks, we got to get to the charger. We've got to get to the charger. But last time we were out here, my computer overheated. We started to glitch out. Yeah, it looks like Bitcoin's going to make another high, though. Oh, my goodness, we're dumping. Oh, my goodness, should I close the short? What do you guys say? We already took a poll if I should close the short. I think Bitcoin's going to make another high here. We're just consolidating because of the 786. We can't even come down below this previous low, 81,289. It would be funny if the next 4-hour candle was a straight dump down. That would be funny, and it would be so apropos considering the buy the rumor, sell the news nonsense. All right, guys, we just hit 5 hours. That's amazing. 5-hour live stream. It's the first red vector all day. Interesting. Yeah, we hit a new record. How many miles? I don't know. I don't know. The treadmill goes on and off. I've been on and off the treadmill. I have no idea. All right. All right, God bless you guys. I'm gonna head out, all right, because I've been on for 5 hours and I got to do some stuff, I guess. So God bless you all in Jesus' name. Hope everyone has a great weekend, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.